just getting started here. I'm going to wait and let some people join the stream before I start playing some matches today. It looks like I do have a few people joining me. Thank you so very much for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and get the link out on the various Pauper Discords before I get started playing some games. So, just a moment. Hampus, I'm guessing you're watching on YouTube. I'm going to answer your question that you've asked me on Discord. Here on YouTube, I am choosing to have the streams be on YouTube. That way, anyone who wants to view them can view them at any date, basically. Just whenever they discover them, they'll be able to view them with relative ease. As opposed to if I have it on Twitch. Twitch is more about catching the moment as it happens, right? And this sort of allows for both. You can catch it when it happens, or you can catch it at a different time. And I already have a built-in audience on YouTube. And they're going to get a notification saying Frusile just went live. So anyone who is interested will be able to, join at that time. Additionally, I'm not taking away from anyone else's audience. If I were to stream on Twitch, there are some Pauper players that are streaming on Twitch to supplement their income. And even taking 5 or 10 views away from them could be detrimental to their bottom line for that 24-hour period. So I'm not really looking to do that, So I don't know. There's a couple different reasons. I think I'm going to play some Boros Monarch today, guys. I didn't get to play this deck on stream the other day, and I am sort of feeling it. So I think this is going to be the choice for the day. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. And off we go. Going to be a little different pace today than the inaugural stream, as obviously the inaugural stream was a lot of fun. maybe a bit too much fun, honestly. May have gone a little over the top there, finishing off a 6-pack, and then just being a little out of line, getting a little out of line in the last stream. We're going to be more family friendly today. We'll be actually providing things like analysis for my plays, as opposed to just, getting drunk and convincing myself that I can rap. Won't be any drunken rapping today. I'm so sorry for anyone who did enjoy that the other day. Because I know that when I went back and I watched it, I did not enjoy it. I felt very, very, very silly. Actually, I wound up drinking so much that I didn't even figure out how to properly go live the second time when I did try to stream the Pot Limited 8 or Better tournament that I was playing, that I was actually fortunate enough to take first place in. My analysis and my commentary is ruined by my own music that I was playing far, far too loudly. So, for better or for worse, that is what wound up happening with that. But yeah, I mean, that's on the channel for anyone who is interested in learning a little bit about a different game. Unfortunately, like I said, the commentary non-existent. As I was listening to music at the time, I didn't realize that I was playing music over my own commentary at that point. But not really planning for too much music today. Just want to focus on analysis. We are off round 1, game 1 of the league. I have lost the dice roll, but that's fine. With Boros Monarch, it's not really a deck that needs to win the dice roll. There are certainly decks that would want to win the dice roll. This hand is interesting. So, against certain decks, this hand is actually really good. And against other decks, it's really poor. I think it's a little bit too much of a risk to keep. It's ultimately going to be very slow, regardless of whether or not it even is a good hand against the deck my opponent is playing, right? So even in matchups where I want to have 3 removal spells in my opener, this hand's just too slow. So we're going to go ahead and mulligan it. And this hand's certainly keepable. We're going to get rid of a land here, and I think it's going to be Windscarred Crag. I think this is the one we're going to go ahead and get rid of. I prefer my lands come to play untapped. Yes, I can go ahead and play this on turn 1 and get rid of an Ancient Den. I guess I'll have Metalcraft anyway. It matters if I draw Thraben Inspector, right? Or Thraben Inspector. Guys, how do you pronounce that card name? All right, I'm going to go ahead and bin the Ancient Den. It'll also matter if I'm up against Burn. I will deeply and truly regret not keeping this Windscarred Crag. Opponent mulligan to 5 and is apparently on Elves, which is one of those decks I would have liked to have had my initial draw against. Having access to Terminate and double Lightning Bolt would have been very useful against an Elves opponent that mulled to 5. He may also be on Walls. Oh yeah, he is on Walls. He is on Walls. That would explain the mulligan to 5. That he's on Walls. And you know what? When in doubt, just top deck your Lightning Bolts. Thraben Inspector. I mean, I can see that pronunciation. I've always thought of it as Thraben Inspector. Oh, you're not seeing. Yo, you're right. I'm trying to balance out where to put myself on the screen, right? I figure here I won't get in the game state at all. So this seemed like the spot to put myself. Our opponent has another Axebane Guardian. It's going to be kind of awkward this game just because his top decks are so pure. I don't have another removal spell. Usually one would play a Bonder's Ornament here, but I actually think there's a strong argument just for playing Prophetic Prism, because I'm going to go ahead and draw the card immediately, right? And if I am able to draw, well, I guess Galvanic Blast isn't going to be able to deal the third point of damage here. So I would have 3 lightning bolts to draw to that would be good draws, and I would also have 8 creatures, Inspectors and Glinthawks. Make my hand smaller. That way the field gets bigger. I mean, that's good advice. Like so. I am just going to play Bonders after a little bit of deliberation. Hoping my opponent does not just top deck a Lead the Stampede into 5 creatures or a Winding Way into 4 creatures. Sir, I asked you nicely. Why you do this? Why you do this? You found a drift? Oh, you found double drift? I'm so boned this game. Yep. I need removal. Hey, yo. Found it. I would think there's an argument. Okay, so here's the deal. Would I be better off blasting now and preventing my opponent from having the mana? I think so. Otherwise, I could blast in response to him having freed from the rule. This only generates 2 mana. More with Ranger. I actually don't know if this is correct. There's probably an argument for trying to just blast in response to Freed from the Rule. But at the same time, his hand's just so awkward if I remove his Guardian. His hand becomes pretty awkward. I think it's a little greedy to... Okay, well, this is a really good draw from my opponent. I mean, I'm not complaining. I've had some good draws, too. I drew the Galvanic Blast when I needed it. I drew the Lightning Bolt when I needed it. So, going a bit of both ways in terms of the Savage top decking. So he's going to go ahead and drift for another Axebane Guardian or for a Reaping the Graves. So it does not surprise me that he does choose Reaping the Graves, as he has 2 copies of Axebane Guardian in his graveyard. So they don't have haste, which is kind of important. I'm actually 1 away from being able to Palace Sentinels with Prismatic Strands to protect the Palace Sentinels. Because otherwise he's able to steal the Monarchy, and then I cannot re-obtain the Monarchy with any sort of, realistic ease, as he's going to have tremendous blocks to choose from. So not going to play our Palace Sentinels, just going to Glinthawk, back Prophetic Prism, and hope that whatever card the Prism has for me is a welcome one. And, of course, Skyfisher is certainly a very good Magic card. Very happy to see it. That's all I've got. That's sort of what this deck does. Value birds all day. Ooh, Crashing Drawbridge is pretty problematic. So he's going to be able to Reaping the Graves now for 2. Oh, I missed the... Am I just dead? I think I might just be dead. I forgot he had Leaf Caller. Yeah, I'm just dead, right? Well, I'm not dead. He can give... Yeah, I am dead. Yeah, I am dead. I'm dead. Even if I'm not dead, man, I mean, he's got it going on. Right? So how to sideboard? Well, I do not want either copy of Prismatic Strands. They're dead, completely dead, useless cards. I feel like there's an argument for Standard Bearer just because he cannot target anything other than Standard Bearer with his Quirion Rangers, as well as his Freed from the Rill. So I do think there's an argument for Standard Bearer. Going to bring that in. And then I don't need this Reaping the Graves. It's completely dead as well. May as well bring in some Red Elemental Blasts. They're pretty narrow. They're hardly applicable, but they're just going to be more applicable than, Reaping the Graves is going to be. I'm not really sure what sets were good or bad for Pauper this year as a whole. It's tough to say. I would think that if we count Jumpstart, that's a clear winner because of the Thriving Lands. But I don't know if purists would consider that a Magic set in the same way that, Throne was a Magic set. I'm just going to register this. I mean, it's not the worst matchup for Boros Monarch, but it's also not the best matchup for Boros Monarch because I do not have counter spells, and frankly, those would be appreciated. Oh boy. I like the Abrade. I don't like that I have a Skyfisher that doesn't do anything. Guardian isn't that exciting in this matchup, whereas it's, very exciting against other decks. I just think this hand's a little on the poopy side. So, going to mulligan. Oh boy. Can I have my 7 cards back, please? Oh, come on. Going to 4. Going to concede. All right. No 5-0 this league. Opponent top deck that lead the Stampede when I asked him very nicely not to in game 1. And then I made what I thought was a standard mulligan decision, followed by another standard mulligan decision, followed by another standard mulligan decision, followed by a slightly aggressive concession at 4 cards where my only land was a Secluded Steep. But I don't think that's too strong of a concession, you know what I mean, or too aggressive of a concession. Rather, I think that's more on the standard side than not. I would encourage anyone out there who mulls to 4 cards and has a very poopy 4 just to move on. Just move on with your life. Life's short. You want to have a good time. You don't want to just, play a game where you can never win. This 7 is quite strong. Most certainly going to be keeping it. What sort of forest deck are you? Okay, we're either elves or walls, it looks like, for the opponent. With an outside chance that they're mono-green land destruction. You don't really see that spice all too much, but it is possible. At any rate, not going to be using my Journey or my Abrade on the Llanowar Elf. Want to see what else he leads out with. A large percentage of the time, I'm still not going to be using my Abrade. I'm going to use Secluded Steppe Journey. Okay. Redemption chance. We have a redemption opportunity here against walls. This is actually kind of close here. I'm very tempted now to use my Abrade on this elf when he plays this ranger. I'm very tempted. I'm like very, very, very tempted. In general, I want to be saving my removal for Axebane Guardians and Overgrown Battlements. Not on Llanowar Elves, but he's representing that he only has one land, right? So I think this is interesting. I think this is an interesting decision point. And I'm going to go ahead and kill the elf, just ever giving a spiel last turn about how I wasn't going to kill that elf. But opponent only has one land. Want to hinder his mana production abilities to the best of my ability. And we're going to Bonders, and I could run out this Glinthawk. Could run out this Glinthawk, but like, what's that going to do for me? You know? I can just play... I'm just going to yield through this turn. And depending on what happens on his turn, I will decide between cycling the Secluded Steppe and not cycling the Secluded Steppe. Right now, I'm leaning heavily towards not cycling this Secluded Steppe. Battlements. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to play a Palace Sentinels next turn. I will have to use Journey to Nowhere on the Overgrown Battlements. It's a little too strong not to make that play. Oh, man. Never mind. Never mind. That's completely useless. Okay, so my decision to Abrade Llanowar Elves is bad. I should have abraded Quirion Ranger. Plain and simple. That was a pretty sizable mistake on my part. So the question becomes, do you want to cycle Secluded Steppe? It's awfully greedy to cycle Secluded Steppe here, and I just can't get behind it. I would like to draw another removal spell, so there's an argument for cycling Secluded Steppe, but, you know. Going to be playing Prophetic Prism. I no longer have a clear Palette Sentinels, as he has 2 attackers, and again, I will not be able to still back. Could play this Glinthawk to help get myself set up next turn for a Palace Sentinels. Or I can Journey to Nowhere. If I Journey to Nowhere, I think I might have to hit this Caretaker. It's his only non-green source, right? I'm not in love with how I'm playing this game. I'll be honest, I'm not in love with how I'm playing this game. But given this exact decision, he has 2 Overgrown Battlements, so removing 1 Overgrown Battlement doesn't really achieve very much for me. So the decision comes between hitting this Quirion Ranger, but he's got all the mana in the world, or hitting his colored mana, and I think I'm just going to hit his colored mana and hope that works out for me. Yeah, I agree. Spending that Abrade on that elf felt bad, but at the time when we had the information that was presented to us, right, it was clear the opponent only had one land, and I really thought I could choke him. You know, I could find that choke point on his mana and constrict him, and that was just misguided apparently. So now we just got to fade Winding Ways. Like that was a big win for me. All he got was a Drift of Phantasms. He doesn't have access to the Drift of Phantasms at this time. Okay, and this is really what you want to save your removal stuff, just like this. But guess what? I have a lot of good top decks here. I get to draw 2 cards this turn because I'm going to be able to use my Glinthawk to return my Prophetic Prism. And hopefully I will be able to get rid of this Grizzly. Otherwise, this Grizzly is going to ruin my day. He's going to brick on the Grizzly. So, running pretty well in terms of these interaction points against my opponent so far. He whiffed on his Winding Way. He whiffed on his first Grizzly. He hit pretty big on his second Grizzly. It's going to give him the color mana that I was hoping to constrict him. Really wishing I had a Swirling Sandstorm in my sideboard right now. I'm going to kill the Grizzly. I know that he has Axebane Guardian, but like, I just need to kill all of his things. I don't know if I don't have the ability to do that. So it's pretty awkward. I just need to kill this Grizzly. If I don't kill the Grizzly now, it's going to let him find 2 to 3 more cards every single turn. He's going to have Axebane, and then I'm going to have a very small window of opportunity to kill the Axebane. So, realistically, going to put a stop in my end step, or rather not yield through my end step, as I already do have a stop set, as my draw off of the Palace Sentinels will need to find me a removal spell if I cannot top deck one, which I cannot. So, going to play out Palace Sentinels and hope for the best, because I am straight dead on board. Well, maybe not completely dead on board, but really close to dead on board. We know he has Drift of Phantasms. Don't know what the last card in his hand is, but always yields the Monarchy trigger one time. That's not a one time. All right. Walls has my number today. But I got greedy with that Abrade. So, I mean, I don't know. Could I have won this game? Probably. Probably could have done better. Mnemonic Wall. That's a yikes. That's a yikes. I hope this guy just hits 4 creatures off his Winding Way. That way I can just move on to the next game. Like, show me the win, sir. That's not... That's scary. Oh, but I'm still dead. He can go get Reaping the Graves and then get back his Vivian's Grizzly. Right? Why would you transmute... Oh, to build up that graveyard for that storm count. Okay, I see what's up. Do I think that the wall that gives all creatures haste will go in walls? I'm not sure just because it's red. And this deck is very constrained on its color mana sources, so Crashing Drawbridge is a little bit better of a fit naturally because you're always going to be able to cast your Crashing Drawbridge, whereas the red creature may get stuck in your hand too frequently. Yeah. All right. You got it, buddy. You got it, buddy. All right. Same concept as before. These cards do absolutely nothing against him. Standard Bearer should do something, and then Rel Elemental Blasts do something as well. Not a lot, but something. Not the biggest fan of playing against walls with Boros Monarch. Let's see if I can keep 7. Let's see if I can keep a 7-card hand. Although, you know what? I mean, this matchup's not great. So if I mulligan to 4 again, maybe that's for the best, you know? Like, it's going to save all of us a lot of time. We're about to... All right. I mean, I'll keep this. I'm not excited about it. Walls is really popular right now in these leagues. And opponent went to 5. So, you know that scene in Dumb and Dumber where he's like, "You're saying there's a chance." That's how I feel right now, and the opponent mulligans to 5. So you're saying there's a chance. That's a pretty good draw, having that second removal spell. Pretty good. Pretty good. The choices here this turn are Cave of Temptation into Inspector or Boros Garrison. And I don't think the Cave of Temptation play is all that fruitful, only because I will not have... Well, no, actually, it's not bad. Because the 2 mana next turn, I can use it to either bolt something or crack my clue and then play a bounce land. So we'll go ahead and deploy the Inspector. I didn't like this line over the Garrison until I drew the bolt. Once I draw the bolt, it's much better to go this route. Okay. And that's irrelevant for my Lightning Bolt, although I might just be able to bait him. Certainly going to try. And this attack just reeks of Lightning Bolt, so like nearly every player is not going to fall for it. This guy included, not going to be falling for it. Maybe you got to try. I mean, you got to do what you can to try to eke out those little advantages. That's a lot of Ogre Unbattlements. That's an awful lot of Ogre Unbattlements. Going to go ahead and obtain Metalcraft. And here's the deal. I'm going to Galvanic Blast something, but I don't know what yet. It sort of depends on what my opponent plays. My opponent could have an Axebane Guardian or a Vivian's Grizzly, in which case I'm going to want to Galvanic Blast that instead of or rather bolt the Grizzly. Limiting the opponent to a single activation of Vivian's Grizzly. He does find a Wall of Roots. That's certainly not that scary. Yeah, opponent does have a lot of mana to work with. What are you tapping a forest in my upkeep for? very confused what that's representing. I literally have no clue what he's trying to represent by that action. So we do have a couple decisions here. And I'm just going to get started with Prism. I'm going to do Prism, Hawk, Prism. No. Not going to replay this Prism, I don't think. I still have Metalcraft without it. I think I need to start trying to constrain him on his mana. Yes, I apologize. The microphone that I use only really picks up the audio when I have it directly in my mouth. So I do have my settings maxed out. I think. Hold on one second. Let me double check. Yeah, knob is dialed up. Oh, looks like you guys caught a nice view of my bald spot when I went down to the floor there. That's nice. If the opponent does not play Vivian's Grizzly or does not play an Axebane Guardian, then I am going to go ahead and Galvanic Blast something as well on this next turn. You know, I have so many dead cards in this matchup. Maybe instead of bringing in Pyroblast as sort of like, hey, this kind of does something, I need to be bringing in Suffocating Fumes and then trying to just get the draws where he has Double Ranger. I don't know. It's certainly something to consider. No matter what, I've dealt damage to my opponent in this game, and this is the first game we've played so far on stream where I've been able to deal any damage to my opponent, so feeling pretty strong right now. Gonna be breaking this Cave of Temptation next turn to make my dude bigger, to get this clock a lot more reasonable. He's gonna play my Forgotten Cave. Opponent does not have any blue mana, so I don't really need to be worried about Freed from the Rill, which allows me to replay the Prophetic Prism. So opponent is on a 3-turn clock this next turn. Once I crack this Cave of Temptation on the Glint Hawk, going to be attacking for 6 every turn. I am the beatdown in this matchup, so oh man, getting potentially punished here by using my removal early and frequently. Although he won't be able to access this Grizzly using Reaping the Graves once I hit it with a Bojuku Bog. Man, this is close between... I don't know if I want to crack the Cave anymore. I think I just want to leave up the mana. Also tempted to crack this Clue. If I'm going to be leaving up the mana, right, for Red Elemental Blast, that way I don't just lose to Freed from the Rill on Axebane Guardian, then I should probably just crack the Clue and attempt to find removal right here and now. I'm not going to be able to do that successfully. We'll play out this Golden Egg. Gives me one last attempt to find Lightning Bolts. Will not be playing that Glint Hawk. Just want that red elemental blast to help protect myself from losing to his combo here. And it looks like I'm going to wind up using it on Mnemonic Wall. Does have the Drift of Phantasm, so I guess I'm going to be using it on Freed from the Real after all. Or on Galvanic Alchemist, as it were. Surprise! Probably not good enough. I mean, might be good enough. Opponent is on a 2-turn clock once I break this, but I do have to fade this Lead the Stampede. Easier said than done, fading a Lead the Stampede. I'm really not a fan. Whoa! Ooh, Triple Crusher. Yikes. But unless those Crushers have haste, I'm okay. Like, unless those Crushers have haste, I should be okay. Okay, I have lethal, but my opponent has like all the things, so I mean we'll just see. I actually do know about that. That Mystic, I can remove that. Know about that Llanowar Elves, can remove that. We know 3 out of his 5 cards to be cards that do not scare me at this point in time, but we don't know what the last 2 cards, they could be all he needs to win on the spot. Yikes. Am I just dead? He had the Reaping the Graves as one of his last cards in hand. I'm dead, right? I'm just dead. This Soul Bonds like right away. Well, no, not necessarily. He can play all 3 of his Crushers, and then I still just attack for lethal in the air. He has infinite mana. I know. I see that he is the mana, but if he doesn't have anything to do with the mana, other than play these big fatties, I mean, I'd be scared of Annihilator 6 if it also had haste, but it doesn't appear to have haste. So this is the last turn of the game, one way or the other, right? Either I'm dead right here and now, or I untap and crack back for lethal in the air. Either way, I'm going to go grab my coffee because I absolutely need to be waking up. Oh, whoa, whoa, Defender, is that flying? Oh, see, that's good news for me. That's good news for me. That's really good news for me. That means he's not going to kill me right here in Meow. 1 flyer is not good enough. I do have 3 flying creatures and a bolt, so it's still going to wind up being 7 damage as he blocks the 4/4. I get in for 4 and then deal 3 with Lightning Bolt. So unless he has another Drift of Phantasm to block, or has the ability. Oh, dude, why are you playing out this Drifter Phantasm? You can just kill me with Bloodride Invoker. All right, well, so much for that. for a second there, I thought I was okay. For like half a second there, I thought I was going to be okay. I mean, what can I do? Like, I'm not upset. Like, I made reasonable plays that game, and that's all you're in charge of in Magic is making your own plays, right? You're not in charge of your opponent's top decks, unless you have like a Jace the Mind Sculptor in play that you're fate sealing with. You're not in charge of what your opponent draws. You're not in charge of how your opponent plays. You can only be in charge of your own actions, and I feel like my plays that game were reasonable, so really not upset. It's kind of silly that he just had 3 Ulamog's Crushers, and it's like still had all these, didn't even need them to beat me, but not the best matchup. So I am watching the number of viewers, and some people not a fan of this record because 2 people came in, saw that I'm 0-2, and then left. I got walled, man. I'm working on being a wall. Listen, I'm playing against walls, and I'm working on being a wall. Okay? I'm a 0-2 wall right now. Actually happy that I did not go and get my coffee, because if I had gone and gotten my coffee, it would have been rude to my opponent. I would have been making him go through game actions when he has the win on board, which is always just rude, but would not have been my intent, as I would have been standing up. But I'll grab my coffee in between game 1 and 2 here when I go to sideboard. These hands have not been favorable. This. So here's the deal. I think I've played against this opponent before, and he does like burn. And if he's on burn, this is a keep, because I have Radiant Fountain and 2 Core Skyfishers to bounce my Radiant Fountain. But that's just like an awfully narrow read, right? My opponent would have to play burn 100% of the time for this keep to be correct, because this hand is only good against burn, and only good because I have essentially 3 copies of Radiant Fountain, which more or less invalidates the burn strategy. But if my opponent's playing anything else, then this hand's miserable. So we're going to mulligan. And we're going to mulligan. Can I keep, can we go back in time and keep that sketchy 7 that was only ever good against burn? Yeah, man, variance is getting me today. I'm thinking about keeping 5 here, because if I draw a land, I'm on the draw. All right, so here's the decision. What is better, 4 cards or a 5-card hand that I need to draw a land on my first turn? Because when I draw the land, I might actually have a chance at winning still. I don't know. It's close between the two. It's 4 random cards and a 5-card hand that I need to draw land on the first 2. They're about equally bad situations. These aren't good options. I'm not choosing between like good options. This is you can't always win. So sometimes you just have to choose how you want to lose. And I may as well just go 4. I think it's a little too risky trying to... Dude, come on. Ooh. Okay. So the Boros Monarch League is not going well. Going to be playing a different league with a different deck here really, really soon. Really, really soon. I'm going to keep my 4 cards. All right. No. This is fine. This is fine for 4-card hand. It's the mirror match. Okay. I'm gonna concede so he doesn't know how to sideboard, right? Like, let's be real. The chances of me winning on 4 cards are slim and none, I feel like. But this way he doesn't know what I'm on, but I know what he's on. And I do think there's a little bit of value to be had there. So in the mirror match, you can bring in shenanigans. It's kind of narrow, but it's not the worst. If you get off to an early shenanigans, it can be pretty good. I think what I'm most interested in the mirror match is another copy of Prismatic Strands, because being able to protect the monarchy is awfully important. Like, just very, very, very important. The inspectors are kind of... They don't line up too great in the mirror. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little adjustment here, like so. And I really think that might be the end of sideboarding. And I just kind of have to hope that my opponent is going to sideboard as if I'm a completely different deck. I mean, it's not the worst. Sometimes people bring in Gorilla Shaman and shenanigans in the mirror, and it's not the worst. But it's also not that great, you know? You run so many of these things that, and they replace themselves, that the shenanigans are better suited targeting lands, but ultimately there's only 6 artifact lands, so I do think that bringing in Gorilla Shaman shenanigans from the sideboard is a bit misguided. I know people do it, but I do think it's a bit misguided. I'm going to keep this. I don't care. If I draw a land off the top, I like my chances of winning. If I don't draw a land off the top, then I'm over this league. And we're just going to play a different league with a different deck. All right, chat. Drum roll. Drum roll for the land. Come on. Ooh, well, you know what? I'm not going to complain. It's a land. I ain't mad about that one bit. I would have preferred an untapped land. But you know what? I'm gambling on that keep. And any land is useful. Oh, wow. Nice. Nice. Getting paid off for this gamble. Definitely the absolute best top deck. Yeah, yes, Adepto. Definitely gambling on that keep. Well, what can I say, man? This is really low stakes for me. I don't mind losing in Pauper leagues. It's pretty low stakes. So in general, when you are playing the Boros Monarch Mirror match, you want to... It's more important to have core Skyfishers than it is to have Glint Hawks, especially in the early part of the game, as Galvanic Blast will not have Metalcraft set up yet. And so... okay, and Guardian's really good. There's a lot of times where Guardian is simply just game over, but I do have a Terminate in here. So... Why do I have the Trickery Fume split in the sideboard? All the lists that I've seen have been running just 2 Suffocating Fumes, but I don't know if I like that, simply because I really want to have access to a very fast Electrickery against Bogles. Like turn 2. I want to be able to turn 2 Electrickery away their Bogle in response to them putting something on it, and Fumes doesn't allow for that. And so I'm just hedging against that exact situation. Probos, welcome to the chat. I do see you. Thank you so much for joining me. All right. Going to Glinthawk, back Prism, and then play Boros Garrison, bouncing Secluded Steep, cycling Secluded Steep. What a life I have. I kept a 1-land hand, and I'm already cycling Secluded Steep on turn 5. What a life. I mean, it's good. I mean, what can I say? Hashtag blessed. Not blessed with the winning record, but this game has been going pretty well. And I like to focus on the good stuff, you know? Going to start with Prophetic Prism before making a land drop. I'm going to review our options to see if they change. And they do change. I'm going to Journey to Nowhere away the opposing Skyfisher. Attack for 4. I am currently behind in this race, but I am hoping to change that. And he's going to have Bolt for my Skyfisher. Unfortunate, but not a ton to be done about that. Again, do have a Terminates. So I'm not just dead to the Guardian of the Guildpact. I do have an out to Guardian of the Guildpact. As well, if I can just perhaps race, I'm going to have 3 Glinthawks and 2 Galvanic Blasts. So chances are the Galvanic Blasts are going to be pointed at my opponent's face. And hopefully I'll be able to get to a game 3, as we are in round 3 and have yet to make it to a game 3. So we conceded game 1, right, after just mulliganing a bunch. And the opponent's like, got to bring in Relic. Just got to bring in Relic. Oh, man, it's so pure. It's just, if that doesn't say something about the mentality of most Pauper players, I don't know what does. That they're just like, this is a nice catch-all. I can just bring in Relic against the field. My opponent mulliganed to 4 and then conceded, didn't show me any cards. Surely Relic will be useful. Okay, I mean, you're going to stop my ability. You're going to stop my ability to have Reaping the Graves. I still don't have Metalcraft, and it's starting to wear on me as my opponent has another copy of Core Skyfisher. So, not playing a land here, really hoping to draw. Okay, I mean, that works. I was hoping to draw an artifact land, but Golden Egg works. It's also going to change the math this game as we are racing. So, not the worst thing. Whereas the previous turn, I was talking about how I was likely that I would be Galvanic Blasting to his face. That's going to change once he shows us Core Skyfisher. Obviously, want to be able to attack for 4 still, so have to use the Galvanic Blast to kill the creature in order to bash with the flyers. Man, someone's going to have to go back and find a way to clip both of the times I've streamed. My opponent has brought in a relic just for no reason, and I have died laughing. Absolutely died laughing. Okay, I feel really good. I feel really good about my chances this game. And then I'm going to use my Bojuka Bog here to limit the effectiveness of his Reaping the Graves. And remember that discussion during sideboarding where I was talking about how Gorilla Shaman was ineffective? Like, imagine if my opponent had brought in Gorilla Shaman. He would have no viable targets on my side of the field. But if I brought in Gorilla Shaman, I would be able to blow up 2 of his lands. So it's a higher variance sideboard card than is worth pursuing, in my estimation. I have 7 points of burn in hand now. So 2, 4, 6. I mean, he's dead with his cave. Unless I'm missing. No, there's nothing in the. There's no prismatic strands in the graveyard. So get you real good. Get you. And I like how I boarded previously, so going to keep that same configuration. And as I mentioned before, I am going to go just very ever so quickly to get some coffee, as I really do need to wake up today. All right, let's hop into game 3. My workspace ergonomics. Yeah, man, like, my streaming setup is not optimal at all, but my chair is actually pretty ergonomic. My chair actually has a lot of really nice lower back support. But I need to get a desk. Like, if I'm going to actually stream on a regular basis, like, I need to get a desk to do this. 100% agree with that observation. I think this hand's pretty good in the mirror. My late game with Reaping is pretty solid, unless my opponent left in Relic of Tremendous for whatever reason. In which case, this is going to be countered by that Relic. But having a Skyfisher and an artifact to get value off the bird, having a removal spell, this is lining up nicely for the mirror match. Also, the Boros Garrison, very important card to have in the mirror match, so happy to see it. Strong chance this Heath could name black for Reaping the Graves, but I don't want to reveal that I have Reaping the Graves, so I'm not going to name black. Drawing the namesake of the deck, Monarch, a welcome sight. And why, thank you for those kind words. Absolutely am trying to improve my voice so that I can do something with that someday. Don't think it's going to be through streaming. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to be like a full-time streamer. But part of me really wants to make a, when I'm done with the Pauper Players podcast, when that is a finished project, I'm strongly considering, I'm going to be able to discard Strands here, by the way, which is super, super nice. Strands is being able to protect this Skyfisher from removal. He's already used his Bojuku Bog, so Strands is going to be really nice. But as I was saying before interrupting myself with my own analysis, once the Pauper Players podcast is a finished project, I'm going to look into opening a training site for Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better, as I am much better at that game than this one. It's not a game that there's really any content for anywhere. I do have a couple close choices here between slamming Palace Sentinels and not slamming Palace Sentinels. And I want to go over this decision tree because it's an important one. The problem with slamming Palace Sentinels is if he reslams his own Sentinels. If I don't slam Sentinels, I can play Egg, Bolt, Glinthawk, right? And at that point, my game state is pretty nice to protect the Monarchy on my back end. Whereas if I slam Sentinels here, I'm not necessarily able to protect it very effectively. I do have Prismatic Strands, which is nice, but if he bolts my core Skyfisher, then I have to choose my Prismatic Strands between red and white, which is super awkward. So I don't actually like playing Palace Sentinels here. I think it's much, much better to play Bolt, Egg, Hawk, Bounce Egg. I don't know about audiobooks, man. That might just be something. But like I said, I think in about a 2-year time period, I'm going to open up a training site for Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better. Just because there's really not any training materials available online at this time for it. There's very, very, very little resources for strategic Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better. There's only 2 sites that I've seen that have anything for it. One of those sites, the guy who is making the training videos plays 50 cent $1 Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better. I play stakes higher than that, and I play better than he plays. So I think there's room there. And the other one, it's training materials made by people who mainly play Pot Limit Omaha, and it's just not the same game. And it's just one of those things where I don't think they've put in the work for 8 or better. So it's just one of those things where I see an opportunity there, and I'm trying to be the best teacher, trying to learn how to express myself with the most clarity so that if and when I do choose to make a training course for that site or for that game, that I will be able to express myself very, very well. And here's a nice spot where I just get to slam Sentinels, having Prismatic Strands backup and Bolt as well. And from here, the opponent is in a ton of trouble. Anyone who is interested in Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better, I do have a replay of a tournament up at this time. The power went off in the birthday stream when I started the tournament, but I did restart streaming with 15 players left, and you can watch me win over $1,000 playing Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better. Okay, so here's one of those spots where I'm going to respond by taking away his only creature, and then I don't care that he killed my Sentinels, but I'm still going to protect it just because I have the ability to. And by timing it this way, my red removal works, but his red removal doesn't work. Yeah, audiobooks. I like that suggestion. Maybe I should look into that as well. Guardian of the Guild pack is incredibly problematic when we're trying to get into a Monarch war. Incredibly problematic. But I get this Skyfisher back with Reaping the Graves, so that's nice. I'm going to be starting things off here with the draw spell that he knows about. There's an never mind. Okay, I have my line. This is what's going to wind up happening. I'm going to offer him trades on his Glinthawk because I have Reaping. And then I'm going to be Skyfishing back my own Palace Sentinels. That way, when he steals a Monarchy, I can re-obtain the Monarchy by just simply playing my Palace Sentinels. Okay, he's going to take this trade. The trade, I'm fine with that trade because I have Reaping the Graves. I'm not going to be using Reaping the Graves this turn, but we'll be using Reaping the Graves shortly. I want to develop as much as I can this turn, so it's going to be Glinthawk on this Golden Egg, Core Skyfisher on Palace Sentinels, I think. Yeah. It's close. It's close. It's close. Because if I don't return Palace Sentinels to my hand with Core Skyfisher, there's no guarantee I'll be able to reobtain the Monarchy with any ease whatsoever, as he can easily have some Prismatic Strands going to protect his Monarchy once he steals it from me in this subsequent turn. So, we'll be returning this to hand after all. And then I have a choice between Bojuku Bog and Boros Garrison. And I'm going to go ahead and Bog to limit. No, I think he might have a Prismatic Strand, so I'm going to save the Bog and try to get some nice value with this Bog, as opposed to just presuming that it may be useful to limit the effectiveness of his Reaping the Graves. It's not relevant if he doesn't have a Reaping the Graves, either in his configuration or post-board in his configuration, or just anywhere in his hand. But even if he does, he's going to have one copy of Reaping the Graves. If he's going to have 2 to 4 copies of Prismatic Strands, I absolutely suspect a Prismatic Strands here to begin with. 100% suspect it now that he left up 3 mana. It's kind of obvious that he has Prismatic Strands. So definitely going to be using my Bojuku Bog for that. And this looks like it's going to work out pretty nicely for me, as I'm going to go ahead and attack, get Prismatic Strands, Bojuku Bog away both his creatures and his Prismatic Strands. Yeah, I saw that coming. Played this mirror match before, my friend. And then it's kind of close, my options here, but going to go with Prism to start things off just in case I draw my Terminate. Ooh, hello, Guardian. Guardian's a nice one. But gonna jack the Monarchy back here. I want to keep pace with him. Want to have the Monarchy for as many turns as he has the Monarchy. Hopefully he does not have another copy of Prismatic Strands here. That's going to be super annoying if he does. Well, he's got Vile, right? going to give myself Metalcraft here in the event that I need it. I'm going to move into my attack step and see if he uses Vial, at which point I will respond with a Galvanic Blast on his Glinthawk. But if not, I'm going to wait to use my Galvanic Blast until... Okay. All right, that worked out. Well, I think that worked out. He could still have removal or prismatic strands, and this did not work out. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. It's strands. It's a strands. Okay, I mean, that's frustrating, but just going to focus on my own plays here, and what I can do. And what I can do is play an egg. And then it's kind of close between reaping the graves and not reaping the graves, but I am going to reap the graves just because I get to... Oh, no, I don't have 2 Glinthawks. Never mind, I can't use all my mana. Never mind. Going to play a Guardian and have Blast. He does have the Monarchy. But can he protect it? That's the question. Yeah, looks like he will be able to protect it. Depends if he attacks with his Guardian or not. If he attacks with his Guardian, he's just simply too greedy, and I get to Galvanic Blast, and then, okay, yeah, cool. I do it in end step, just in case he presents a better target in the form of Glinthawk. But yeah, I'm going to force him to choose between whether or not he wants to save his creature with Prismatic Strands or not. Okay. That means I get to steal back the Monarchy. I really like this Cave of Temptation on Guardian option here. I'm going to be taking it. I want to see what I draw in my end step before moving past my end step. Anyone who doesn't play a lot of Boros Monarch, make sure that you get into the habit of not just passing through your turn. You always want to see what you draw in your end step with the Monarchy before proceeding. Sometimes it's relevant. Sometimes you draw an instant and can use it right then and there. So he's going to be able to still back the Monarchy. Not a single darn thing that I can do about that, but he will need to play a creature for this Prismatic Strands, or else he is just dead on board. And then I'm hoping he plays a few cards, and then I can Reaping the Graves for these 3 guys. So Storm Count's 1. Really hoping for him to play 1 more card here, that way I can get all my creatures back. Yeah, boy. Opponent's being very hesitant to tap that 3 mana. Kind of frustrating. That implies he has another copy of Prismatic Strands. That means he would have drawn 3 Prismatic Strands, which is going to be difficult to beat. Going to focus a little bit on not timing out here. There's plenty of Magic to be played. Oh, that'll teach me. That's what he was tapping his mana for. Was Reaping the Graves, not Prismatic Strands. But I mean, it's fine. I got the timely Bojuku Bog. He gets 2 cards back, opposed to my 3 cards back. I get 2 core Skyfishers. He gets back 0 core Skyfishers. So my Reaping the Graves, stronger than his Reaping the Graves in that instance. Also, check out this Terminate. How hot is this Terminate? Especially for a guy who just used his Reaping the Graves. Guardian's down, pal. It ain't coming back. And then, what if I just take this Sentinels back in my hand, huh? And then just replay it. How do you like me now? I mean, how do you like me now? Sure. By all means. Opponent's going to need another copy of Prismatic Strands to have a chance this game, as my big Guardian of the Guild Pact represents a 2-turn clock that he is going to be hard-pressed to interact with. Looks like he does not have it. He's going to have just this Alchemist Vial for a 1-turn protection, and then from there, I don't really know what his game plan is going to be. But need to play just a little bit faster here. Opponent missed that vial. It's going to 1. Stopping right here. Trying to draw a bolt. Didn't draw the bolt. That's why I played Radiant Fountain as opposed to a land that came into play tapped. In case I drew a burn spell on my unstepped, I would have been able to burn my opponent out. Yielding through this turn. I don't have any plays other than Forgotten Cave, and honestly, it's not that relevant at this point in the match. Opponent's digging for Strands. Strands doesn't protect him from burn. Also, I have 3 minutes to deal 1 damage, so. And there's the burn spell I'm trying to dig for. He's going to have Strands here a lot, and I'm going to blast in response to the Strands. Good game, sir. 1-2 in the league. 1-2 in the league. I am an inspector, making clue tokens with my 1/2 body. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with that game. I think that I made a lot of really good decisions in the choices that I had presented to me with Core Skyfisher, mainly just bouncing the Monarch on those two different turns where I saw that as an available line, chose to bounce the Monarch and then replay the Monarch, as opposed to use my Skyfishers to return Prisms to my hand. I was a pretty big fan of that. Also, pretty good big fan of keeping the one lander and it working out. Lucky. Honestly, very lucky there. Actually, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm due for good luck. I'm probably due for bad luck, considering I went 9-1 with user selected decks on Thursday, then started a poker tournament on stream that I took first place in. I think I'm due for bad luck, honestly. Plus, casually made 3 buy-ins playing 200 PLO 8 last night, so probably due for some bad luck, considering I've made, just shy of $1,600 playing poker in the last 48 hours. I'm probably due for some bad luck. And I mean, those lot of mulligans have happened. So I'm taking my bad luck here in the Pauper Streets, which is so much preferred for me. I'd rather take the bad luck in the Pauper Streets. It's lower stakes, that's for sure. All right, so our opponents we've played against twice in our streaming career, and one of the times he was on Blue-Red Fae, the other time he was on Mono-White Heroic. Both are very good matchups for Boros Monarch, but this hand is good against Fae, pretty poor against Mono-White Heroic, so we're going to just keep this and hope that he is on Blue-Red Fae. He did not mulligan, so slightly more likely he's on Fae as opposed to Heroic. Okay, he's on Heroic, so this hand's just pretty poopy then. But he doesn't have a 1-drop? It's pretty good for me. Awkward Inspector, but we'll deploy the Inspector. I was kind of counting on him being on Fae when I kept this hand, because Reaping the Graves is such an incredible late game against that deck. I'm going to need a land here, or I'm going to be in a ton of trouble. With a land, I can Bonder's Ornament into Lightning Bolt on this while he's tapped out. Rutro could still draw a land off this Prism and then bolt that thing. Okay, well, there's some of that bad luck that I said I was due for. It happens. And a good afternoon to you as well. Thanks for stopping by the stream and for checking me out today. Hoping my opponent just keeps loading this guy up. That way I can hit it with the Journey to Nowhere. I think he's going to force this guy to block. What do you think? So if I don't draw a land, I'm going to Glint Hawk back my land and then replay my land and then play my Journey. And what's really cool in this matchup is that your core Skyfishers sometimes hit your Journey to Nowheres. So like a core Skyfisher would be a fantastic draw here. Absolutely 100% going to block. He's representing mutagenic growth, right? And I do think that trading the Glint Hawk is probably worth a mutagenic growth. It's close. So this way he gains less life. If I block here, he's going to gain life as opposed to, you know, break even on life with the mutagenic growth, which is what happens here. Wow. No lands for me. But I mean, Glint Hawk's good. When you don't have lands, Glint Hawk's good because it still lets you make your land drops, you know? Okay. Yeah, and this is why you bolt in your main phase. One, he has fewer cards in hand to interact with the bolt, and two, the pump spells are pure defensive, right? Purely defensive, rather. He's not able to also be attacking with a larger creature, whereas if I had attempted to bolt differently, then he'd be able to attack with the creature too. And I'm going to deploy my other Glint Hawk here and get back this Prism. Opponent should have no attacks. I am incorrect. My opponent seems to have attacks. Wonder what... Does he have a third mutagenic growth? Defiant Strike? Oh, that thing. I forgot this card exists. The Blessing? Yeah, I forgot that card exists. I'm not going to lie. It's a newer one for sure. Totally forgot that card existed. Land draw is good. Happy with the land. And I don't really mind losing both my Glint Hawks because I have Reaping the Graves in hand. I'm really not too concerned. Still have 19 life to work with. Opponent has 0 cards in hand. He does have Sentinel's Eyes in his graveyard, but it's not the scariest threat. So just going to bolt in response to him targeting something with an effect. And when he goes ahead and plays another Sacred Cat, I'm a little more likely to just crack my clue, but ultimately we'll be bolting in response to this thing. I'm going to take my damage here. I think I'm just going to crack my clue and then play my Garrison if I don't draw anything to actually play. Not a lot going on right now, but same's true for my opponent's side of the field. He doesn't have a lot going on either. I'm not in a rush to fire off this Reaping the Graves. I can Reaping this turn for 2. Let's just see what I draw off this egg. Okay, I guess I am firing off a Reaping the Graves this turn. Although it's close, right? Because this blast might be better suited trying to get him when he goes for an enchant creature. So yeah, just going to pass the turn. Just going to pass the turn. If he plays a creature, I can blast. Or if he plays an enchant creature, I can blast the target in response and then fire off a Reaping of the Graves for 3, which is more than enough. Oh, look. Look how this shaped up. Look how this shaped up. I think he's going to go Sentinel's Eyes as well. I don't think Embalm counts towards Storm. It does not. But Sentinel's Eyes will count towards Storm. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Bang, bang. Standard Bearer seems good. Prismatic Strand seems good. There's a lot of cards that seem good. Ironically, Reaping the Graves seems terrible. Not going to keep that around. I don't think a Braid's good enough either. Usually this creature is going to be too big for a Braid if I don't get them early, which the 1-mana interaction spells work much better than this 2-mana interaction spell. It's going to be a little too slow. Not going to lie, guys, it's a little hot in my living room rocking the suit today in an attempt to, be the opposite person that I was on Thursday, where I was drunk, on stream. Finished a 6-pack on stream. For anyone who didn't catch that replay is available on YouTube. And I am trying to do kind of the opposite right now, but it's really hot. So I'm going to go turn on the air conditioning, and I'll be right back for the next game. There's a small argument that Patrician Scorn is good against this opponent, but I don't think it's good enough to bring in. And it hits all enchantments, right? And I have Journeys, so that's not good. Really think this is a mulligan. Like, truly think this is a mulligan. I'm a little hesitant to mulligan because so far we haven't gotten to 6. When we mulligan, we go to 5 or 4. So I'm a little scared to mulligan, but this hand's just not good against Mono White Heroic. It would need to draw a land to be good against anything. And, I mean, Blast is decent, but not if I can't turn 1 it. Hey, I get a keep. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this Cave of Temptation. I am going to keep this Bojuka Bog. I can play Bojuka Bog turn 1 and then terminate turn 2. So I'm going to ditch the Cave. Just going to target myself, send that message. Go nuts. Go nuts. Yes. Yes. Make that guy the biggest guy you can make that guy. And please, please, please tap out. All right. Love it. Absolutely love it. He's probably thinking that only a Journey to Nowhere would be relevant here, but surprise. Definitely want to do this main phase while he's tapped out, because he could have both Blessing and Emerge Unscathed otherwise to protect against Terminates. This card, slightly annoying, but should be able to bolt it most of the time here. Most of the time this will still just be a 3-3. Yep. Of course, he could punish me with Mutagenic Growth, right? That would make it a 5-5. I mean, if he Mutagenic Growth, then I'll use my Blast as well. Otherwise, I won't. Otherwise, I'll just play a Golden Egg. Prismatic Strands is a very nice draw. Just in case stuff gets out of control, I'll have Strands. Not the best draw. Gonna be... Oh, no. These are eggs. I should have played my Prism over the second egg. That was actually a mistake. I just wasn't being present. If I had been present, then I would have... Really weird that he brought in Beckon Apparition. That's a really weird choice on my opponent's part. I guess he's worried about Prismatic Strands. Yeah, I should have been present. Then I could have cycled the Secluded Steep with my Prophetic Prism. So that was a mistake on my part by just not being mindful of what eggs I was dropping. But just going to take my 5 damage here. Go down to 10. I'm not super concerned right now. I will have Journey to Nowhere somewhere in this deck for this thing. I could also find a second Galvanic Blast, and while it still has an 8 toughness, that might be good enough to just take it out if he doesn't have a way to protect it from Galvanic Blast. Although actually Umbra negates that argument now that I am being present. So really, what do I need here? Well, Guardian of the Guild Pact would go a long way. There's also that Journey to Nowhere that I was talking about. That goes a really long way. And if he does have the ability to give his guy protection from white, both these things fall off, which is pretty dope. And even if he does give his guy protection from white, at that point, I will have 4 copies of Core Skyfisher to draw, which I can return my Journey to my hand with. Nope. That's good enough. We might actually get a chest out of this league. Can you guys believe it? Like, for anyone who's been here since the start of the stream, if I told you that I would still have a chance to make prizes after either the first or second round, I don't know how many people would have believed me. But we're live. We might just get a chest. It might just happen. Really just have to dodge Tron Boros Monarch is a gigantic dog against Tron. I mean, most decks are, but Boros Monarch is a slight favorite against the rest of the field. Yeah, you're right, walls. I'm also a dog to walls, aren't I? I keep forgetting that I don't have Swirling Sandstorm in my sideboard, because for a long time I did have a copy of Swirling Sandstorm in my sideboard, and that would have been really relevant against walls. So going to keep this. Not the best hand I've ever seen, but these Core Skyfishers do bounce Thraben Inspectors back to my hand. If I'm up against Burn, then they would have bounced Radiant Fountains to my hand. My opponent is either on Mono Blue Delver or on Blue Black XD. Both good matchups for the Boros Monarch deck. Mono Blue is a much better matchup than Blue Black XD. So let's see. Does he reveal a black spell or a blue spell? Because he's not blue-red, right? Blue-red runs Skred. Augur means he's blue-black XD. Yeah, I don't even need to see the cast down to know that he's on blue-black XD. He might be on blue-black Fae. I mean, I'm not worried about these decks. There's an argument for abrading, but it's not a very good argument. Right. I'd rather run out Inspector before any spell starter sprite possibilities or shenanigans can occur. I'd also rather use my Abrade on a Ninja of the Deep Hours as opposed to a Delver of Secrets. I'm not really worried about a Delver of Secrets, even if it does flip this turn. I have 2 Core Skyfishers. One of them is going to eat a cast down, but he can't attack through an Inspector. I'm going to try to bait a Spellstar Sprite. Opponent does not fall for the bait. Means he's going to have Counterspell a lot. Because if he had a Spellstar Sprite, he's almost always just going to go for it there. So him having double blue up, that's going to be a Counterspell like a lot of the time. So there's an argument that I should just not play anything at all. And just crack a clue. And I'm not going to lie, I like that play. I don't like running Skyfisher into a very, very telegraphed copy of Counterspell, when I can just hang out, draw a card off of the clue token, go from there. This is going to be a grindy game. There's going to be a lot of important decisions. We're going to be fighting over micro advantages. I'm glad I know about that, Fumes. Otherwise, it probably would have gotten the better of me when I went for some blocks. And I'm going to go for the Abrade here and see if I can get him to counterspell that. Because if he counterspells that, then he's tapped out. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That is a counterspell that does not make him tap out. Who's double blue. If he had used proper actual factual counterspell there, then I could just resolve these Skyfishers, no worries style. Not the best draw off of the egg. We'll get absolutely owned by a Spellstar Sprite, but I mean, if it happens, it happens. Okay. I'm not going to attack here with the Inspectors. It's kind of greedy. Some players would attack with these Inspectors to push through 1 damage. I don't think that 1 damage is as relevant as the reverse free roll that occurs from my opponent being able to cast down my blocker and then attack with Augur and then ninja back the Augur to his hand, right? He could easily do that. Easily, he could do that. We know he has cast down. Nice answer. Nice hand. Nice hand. I mean, I honestly love to see it. I'm not the salty type. Like, I'm all for my opponents having sweet plays, and that is most definitely a sweet play. So we've been worried about him having counterspell. It's about time for him to show it to me. Okay. Well, I mean, I know you got it. He has 2 cards in hand, 1 Suffocating Fumes and 1's Cast Down. And that is a top deck Augury Bolus, which is pretty good. Into a Brainstorm. That's pretty good. We no longer know the contents of our opponent's hand. Realistically, if he is able to shuffle any number of cards away, he will get rid of that Suffocating Fumes. And I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that Suffocating Fumes. There's no way he still has a Suffocating Fumes in his hand. Pretty savage sequence of events, this game. Pretty savage sequence of events. See how I draw off this Prism. And the Skyfisher is going to eat this Cast Down, but so long as the opponent does not have a Ninja, I'm still not that worried about this game. And ultimately, if I lose game 1, I lose game 1, but I've got 6 Red Elemental Blasts I get to board into, and 6 Red Elemental Blasts is going to do some work games 2 and games 3. I'll be able to board out my Prismatic Strands. They're going to be quite poor. I'm going to board out my Journey to Nowheres. Those are also going to be quite poor. Why would you use... Oh, okay, because you drew another Augur. All right, fair enough. Oh, yeah, we're in trouble this game. It's official. Yikes. Sentinels. I can't even play. I think I'm going to probably board out Palace Sentinels, too. I'm going to wind up playing the untapped land just so that I can draw another card off the clue token. So, going to be sideboarding out 2 copies of Palace Sentinels, 2 copies of Prismatic Strands, and 2 copies of Journey to Nowhere, bringing in 6 Red Elemental Blasts. I'm now, it's just now dawning on me that I played around Spellspider Sprite this game, and my opponent went turn 1 Delver, which means he does not have Prismatic, which means he does not have Spellspider Sprite. So that's good. This ornament resolves. I'll also play Radiant Fountain, then I'll have 3 mana for Prismatic Strands. Prismatic Strands isn't that important for stopping the 3 damage. It is important for trying to protect Palace Sentinels. Although my opponent has Counterspell, so it's like really kind of a moot point. As I don't think I'm going to be able to win this game. I don't think I'm going to be able to protect the Monarchy. It's just wishful thinking. You know, I'm not dead yet. In terms of my chances of winning this game, I'm terminally ill, but I'm not dead yet. I just need to be able to resolve a Guardian of the Guild back somehow, some way. I'll be fine. Totally fine. Angler? He's got Angler? I'm boned. Yep. Alright, well. What do you want to get counterspelled? I guess you can counterspell the Sentinels, and then I'll terminate this Angler. Because I can't protect the Monarchy anyway. So, if he lets this resolve, I'm really going to have to lose. Yep. Okay. Well. Oh. I do what I can. Gonna cycle now in case I hit Glinthawk. Did not hit Glinthawk. But, you know, this helps a little bit. That's what I get for jamming the blast while he was tapped out. I get punished by Delver, which I mean, it's going to happen some of the time. So, is what it is. Okay, we know the opponent has cast down, but Skyfisher replaces itself, so hoping that it does not get counterspelled. Counterspell is kind of brutal. Cast down, at least I get to replace my card with. So not the worst out of the outcomes. Chaining them together. Why would you counter? You let what? What? Why would you? Why? Okay, I mean, baffling. Completely baffling why you would let Skyfisher resolve when you have counterspell. I'm hellbent. I'm literally hellbent. I got nothing. I mean, wow. Look how good I run. Like, what a sequence. What a sequence. And just like that, we're actually kind of back in this game now. Like, just like that, right back in this game. We still think he probably has a cast down as one of his last two cards in hand, but it's fine. I do have Prismatic Strands here, so he can probably send his dudes. So I'm going to be able to block and also use Prismatic Strands. Gives me a chance here in a game where I did not expect to have any chances at all. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he shuffled away that cast down. I guess I should draw off a Bonders now. I can make a land drop. If I draw a land. Or I could be able to play out a card if I were to draw one. So I'm actually going to hang on to this journey. I'm not going to play this journey. I want to use it for Gurmag Anglers. So just going to be passing the turn here. Well, that's awkward. Ah! Cat noises! He did have cast down as that card that he was hanging on to. I just have too many answers to Delver. to just be all loosey-goosey with my Journey to Nowhere. Way too many answers to Delver. Including just Glinthawk. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. I thought I had a chance this game. Oh. But that was just a dream. Need something good here. Need something good off this ornament. Need something good off this egg. Oh, yes. Oh, that was good. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And now I can be loose with the Journey. Or I'm actually 1 mana shy of being loose with the Journey. Yeah, I'm 1 mana shy of being loose with the Journey. So I want my Palace Sentinels, and I want 2 copies of Core Sky Fisher. Woo! 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 Won that game. Somehow. I don't know how I won that game. Holy moly, what a game. 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 That's just absurd. That's just absurd. Oh, man. Oh, beautiful. All right, so bringing in 6 copies of Pyroblast / Red Elemental Blast. What do we cut out? Yeah, what a crazy game, huh? What an absolute bizarre turn of events. So my Guardian is good enough to keep in. I am actually going to consider keeping in my Journeys because he does have Gurmag Anglers in his deck. Originally, if you go back or if you were here for that last game, for a while I was sort of getting confused with my archetypes. I was thinking he was on Blue-Black Fae. If he were on Blue-Black Fae, I would not want these Journey to Nowheres. But because he is on Blue-Black XD, Journey to Nowhere is quite strong against Gurmag Angler. Palace Sentinels is also a better card than not. But I don't think I care for Thraben Inspectors, right? Thraben Inspectors just don't do anything against Blue-Black XD other than block Augur of Bolas, but Augur of Bolas is not getting returned to his hand, so it's sort of a whatever. Abrade isn't... Yeah, we're upgrading Abrade to a Blast, so I'm fine with cutting the Abrade. Inspectors. I don't want to go beneath 2 Inspectors because I still need some Core Sky Fisher loving. And I think I can cut an egg here. Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous ass pull. I know. I know. So, this hand's super awkward. Been a lot of opening hands that are super awkward. Actually would not mind doing some math on my chances of drawing a red source. So I can draw 5. No, because golden eggs we can't count. So I've got 4 Pinthead Prisms, 3 Garrisons, 2 Heaths, a Forgotten Cave, 3 Great Furnaces as my good top decks. I'm in a mulligan. The hand's too awkward. Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. This hand's even more awkward. Gonna gamble. Gonna gamble on my 6. Don't want to go down to 5. Yo, for the record, Dismal Backwater is dismal in this deck, in my estimation. I don't know why you would play Dismal Backwater in Blue-Black XD. I have a lot of experience with Blue-Black XD. I've been playing it for like years. I played it in the Gush era. I played it in other eras. I mean, I was so fortunate to split the finals of the first challenge of 2020 with Blue-Black XD. I don't know why you play Dismal Backwater in this deck. I don't think that's correct. If you want this sort of effect, just go ahead and play Dimir Aqueduct. That's the name that I was struggling with. I am not going to play my Prophetic Prism here. Some people might find that strange, but I'm not going to play my Prophetic Prism, and let me explain why. Is because I expect a Stormbound Geist here. Okay, well, that's a shame. He's going to be able to protect this Augur with a Dispel or a Hydroblast. But if he tapped out for a Geist, then I'd be able to Pyroblast it. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's fair. And I mean, he would have Spell Pierced my Prism anyway, and then I'd be in even worse shape than I am here, because Augur is really good against me, but only when it finds cards, and only when it finds relevant cards. So we'll see how he does. Brainstorm's pretty good. So yeah, I mean, that's a really good Augur. So here's a spot that's interesting. I can play my Prophetic Prism and hope to draw a land, or I can just Glint Hawk, get a land back, and then play for my Prism. And I think this play is better. Yeah, I mean, I get punished. I would have drawn my land, but it's fine. I mean, it's fine. This is better in all circumstances where I did not draw land. This line's much better. I mean, it's fine, man. It's fine. I think we're going to be okay this game. I mean, he did just resolve that Geist that I was worried about. So I'm not as okay as I thought I was going to be, but I should still be okay this game. Leaning just towards taking 2 here from the Geist, because I do have Journeys in my deck. There's a chance that I should just get 2 for 1 and trade and then destroy. Because here's the thing about Blue-Black XD. It is the beatdown in this matchup. Okay, I mean, never mind. So I do just kind of want to exhaust him, if I can. I have more ways of drawing cards than he has, essentially, so engaging into a battle of attrition is not the worst thing. This also would have let me potentially draw land and then play Palace Sentinels, right? It didn't pan out that way, but I'm going to try to keep him creatureless here in the hope that I'll be able to resolve the Palace Sentinels, and then he just won't have any creatures to take the Monarchy away from me. It is kind of unrealistic, but you know, it is what it is. It looks like a Gurmag Angler from the opponent. Okay, I do have the Terminate for that. He is representing Counterspell to protect it, but hopefully he just counterspells this Sentinels, because if the Sentinels resolves, like, I kind of just lose to myself, because, oh, he's realizing that. No, take the bait, dude, come on, take the bait. Shit. Okay. Well, if he has removal for this, I just lose the game straight up. If he doesn't have removal for this, I'm going to chump block and then go from there. Okay. Well, we're going to concede this game. Good game. I don't know why you brought in Chainer's Edict. That's not correct. But that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. Let's try a third game here. If he's gonna have Chainer's Edicts, then my inspectors get a little bit better. And my bolts aren't actually that great against him. The bolts are only really good against turn 1 Delver, and I think he may have boarded out his Delvers because they're kind of poor against me. So that means my bolts are actually just misguided. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of lightning bolts. So for my last card, it's a question whether or not I want a singleton lightning bolts, and I don't think that I do. And Standard Bearer is a creature for edicts, and he also would have to target it with his removal, as opposed to target my other stuff with his removal. I mean, it's not great either way. Like, whatever card I bring in as my 60th card, I'm going to hope not to draw, right? It's just not. I'm just going to hope not to draw it. I'm just going to make it the read that he does not have any Delvers in his deck after the first game. Hey, I get to keep 7-card hand. Yeah. My opponent seems to be in the tank on his decision for his 7. Might just be mulliganing. Nope. Deciding against it. Pretty good draw, the Great Furnace. Lands are good cards. I want to be making my first 4 or 5 land drops against this opponent, so happy to have drawn a land there. Happy to draw another land there, especially because Bojuka Bog actually somewhat relevant, makes Gurmag Angler worse in that it's going to make it a lot slower. But I'm not going to run it out here all that quickly. I'm going to go ahead and use my Bojuka Bog next turn, let him build up his graveyard a little bit more. That way it is more effective. I'm going to also deploy differently named creatures, as I have already gotten Echoing Decayed, kind of hard previously. So want to mitigate that possibility. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Stormbound Geist is something that I should have recognized that I could have played around, especially because I have this Pyroblast. So that's pretty poor on my part for allowing that to occur. That should not have been a thing. That should not have occurred. And here we are anyway. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying. But my options are Palace Sentinels or not. And I think I am going to Palace Sentinels here. If he has removal for the Glint Hawk, then I should be able to crack back and retake the Monarchy. Especially because Stormbound Geist, I mean, it only blocks flyers, so we do have some ground pounders available to us this match. So even if he does take the monarchy, he should be able to re-obtain the monarchy. But yeah, that was just, I was not present there. Don't mind my creatures going to the graveyard. I do have Reaping the Graves. It's awkward. Gonna start this turn off with a Prophetic Prism and see what I am able to draw. Hopefully it's a removal spell. Okay, it's not a removal spell, but it ain't bad. It ain't bad. It ain't bad. We're gonna blast this Geist. Glint Hawk, Prophetic Prism, and then play Bojuka Bog. And it's not worth attacking because of Death Touch. Unfortunately, Death Touch is just really, really strong here as a mechanic. Kind of awkward. Kind of awkward. There's that dismal land choice of his. That's a great draw. That should let me get through regardless, even if he does have removal from my Glint Hawk. He's going to need removal and counterspell to prevent me from taking the Monarchy, which he has the mana to do. He has cast down mana plus counterspell mana. So, I mean, it can happen. It could easily happen, but going to just go for it. Going to try to blast that thing. And then hope that he doesn't have the removal for the Glint Hawk as well. I mean, if he does, he does. And he does. Okay. But it is his Echoing Decay, so that's one less thing I'll have to worry about. Land is a nice draw. Lets me replay this. Lets me play out this Inspector. So we'll just see what I draw this next turn off of the Golden Egg and off of my top deck and go from there. Do have some really fantastic draws available off the top of the library. Any removal spell, of course, very good. Core Skyfisher, also very good. Glint Hawk, pretty decent. Reaping the Graves, pretty decent. But yeah, I mean, the longer he has the Monarchy, the more trouble I am in. And hoping that he will not have another counterspell here. I mean, he's going to, an overwhelming percentage of the time. Wow. Okay. That's dope. That's dope. He would have to have Cast Down and a second copy of Echoing Decay to prevent me from taking the Monarchy. Okay, sure. You got a Decay too? No. Okay, I was going to say. Most lists only have one Echoing Decay. Yikes. 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 Not favorable. Him having that second Thorn. Most lists only play 2 Thorns, so he seems to have found both copies of Thorn just when I thought I had clawed my way back into this game. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with some of the choices the opponent's made in his sideboarding decisions, but you know, it's working out for him. Creature, please. Yikes. Getting absolutely punished here. Okay. Well, I'm going to bog him. Get that Edict out of there. Get all that Gurmag fodder out of there. I do have Bonder's Ornament, which is kind of like having a monarchy of my own, but realistically, this game has slipped out of my grasp. And this is sort of like the other half of the variance, where like I don't know how I won game 1, and I don't know how I lost this game, but I didn't play great. I played okay, but not great, and that's pretty much all there is to it. I mean, I haven't lost yet. I did pull a win out of my ass before, so maybe I have another ridiculous win in me here. Seems unlikely. Sure, dude. Pretty much need to find my Reaping the Graves to win, I feel like. I do have 28 life to work with, so I do have a little bit of time if he's only going to be attacking me for 3. But that second Monarch is how I lost this game. That second Monarch was savage. These Pyro Blasts are not timely. They're not timely. But it will let me slam through stuff of my own. If I draw any threat, I should be able to resolve that threat. Hardcasting Anglers. Oh boy. Oh boy. This Skyfisher's a really good draw, but I have to just hang on to it, right? Because I'd have to tap out for it, and then it's too easy for him to counter it. I'm simply going to need to play it and be able to protect it in the same turn. Best draw in the deck for me is still going to be Reaping the Graves. If I can draw Reaping the Graves, my chances exist, right? Like, I think I could realistically still win if I were to draw Reaping the Graves here. The graveyard's fat with value. Other than that, I mean, Palace Sentinels is decent. Guardian of the Guild Pact. Oh, you know what? That's why he brought in Chainer's Edict, is because I have Guardian of the Guild Pact. Okay, so my chances is diminished pretty greatly when he had this Gurmag Angler. All right, need to draw Reaping the Graves like right here and now. Yep. Not gonna lie, if this game were not on stream, I would have conceded like 4 turns ago. Like if I did not have you guys watching me, I just would have gotten frustrated and conceded. I do that a lot in my private leagues. I'm just like, well, if I'm behind, next game. Obviously, not doing that and stuff like the challenge, but leagues. It's nice that you can put in a lot of volume with leagues. All right, I need a Reaping the Graves. I don't have a way of generating storms, so that's even not that good. I mean, I'm trying this game. Unfortunately, I do have to take 5 more damage here, dropping all the way down to 10. I still have a chance here. Again, I'm not dead this game. I'm just on life support. I'm terminally ill in terms of my chances of winning. But Reaping the Graves could still pull this one out for me. Is it another angler? Do you find a third angler? No? Echoing Decay? Alright, I mean... Okay, awkward. Yeah, it is a third angler. I knew you had a third angler. I had that read. I don't know what good it's going to do me. All right, so Skyfisher gives me a chance here. Going to try to find a Reaping the Graves on this turn. Kind of all in on this next Prism. This is not a Reaping the Graves. I would need a Guardian of the Guild Pact to have a chance. Oh, that's laughable. You're way too late to make a meaningful impact here, Standard Bearer. So much so that I'm just straight up not even going to play you. I'm just going to try to draw off of Bonder's Ornaments and hope to draw like a Journey to Nowhere for one of these things. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, at least it chump blocks one of the anglers. No, alright. We had our chance. Good game. Good game, sir. Good game. Good game. Good game. Finished 2-3 with Boros Monarch. Lost to Walls twice. Had a chance there to get some trophies, but what do you guys want for me to play next? I'm going to play one more league today. What deck would you like to see? Let me know in chat. Let me show you what the options are. The options for what I can play this next league are Boros Monarch running it back, hoping for a little bit better of a league results. Naya Slivers. Blue-Black Fae. Blue-Black XD. The R. Montana version with Jessian Thief. Blue-Red Goblin Wizardry. I have the Deluxikoff meme deck. Root Squad. I've never played it. I don't know how I feel about this deck, but I do have it. So that is an option if that's what you guys want to see. We're totally able to do that. I do have just straight up green-white slivers, although I need to pick up a couple cards to put in the main deck before I jam this. Then all these other decks need to be updated, like heavily. So let me know what you guys want to play for me to play in chat, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, call it 7 options here. The Goblin deck is a lot of fun. Goblin Wizardry, it basically plays like hard control with a combo finish. So I'm basically just blue-red control deck with a lot of removal and a lot of counter spells, and then I cast a Goblin Wizardry, and then just start going nuts with Brainstorms and Preordains and just getting in there with Prowess tokens. The deck's actually pretty decent. It does struggle against Tron because I need my combat step to win. Although I'm hedging that. I have Jace's Erasure in my sideboard to sort of hedge against needing to use my combat step. And then, I mean, the deck also just gets completely owned by Bogles, which is why I've got a Curfew and an Aura Flux in my sideboard to sort of hedge against that. The deck can struggle against Stompy. It's not amazing against Stompy. So, Adepto, you're going to need to be a little bit more precise what meme deck, right? Because let's be real, I've got a couple of meme decks here. Because Blue-Red Wizardry is like borderline meme. Slivers is borderline meme. And then there's just this thing, which, you know, I think is a meme deck. No offense to anyone who's a Deluxecoth fan or to Deluxecoth himself. Yeah, the Cyborgs deck. Yeah, I mean, could certainly play. I've never played it before, so I'm going to be figuring it out as I go. I'm super sketched out by this deck. I'm not going to lie. The 13 lands really sketches me out, considering I have not been able to keep too many 7-card openers with decks that have like 24 lands. Or not 24, like 21 lands with bounce lands. So do you guys want Wizardry? I'm sort of getting that feel here that multiple people would be open to me playing Wizardry. Not gonna lie, I've gotten a lot of 4-1s with this deck. I have 6 4-1s with this deck, but I cannot seem to get that 5-0 to get it published. So I would not mind trying once more to try to get this deck published, because it's been profitable for me. I've got 6 4-1s with it. I mean, 4-1s, they pay out chests. Okay, that's a firm vote for Wizardry. So, let's play Wizardry. And Roth back into the Pauper queue. Part of me wouldn't mind having another losing league, because I think it'd be pretty funny if I had 2 good leagues while incredibly intoxicated, and then when I play sober, I just lose. I think that the irony of that would be tremendous, and I mean, I think it'd be pretty funny. So, hoping to do well this league. This is an easy keep with this deck. But, you know, if it doesn't go well, then I'm going to be able to laugh at myself. I'm just going to start off with the Preordain. Don't want that land. Do want that augur. The turn is yours, sir. Mountain go. Only so many decks he could be. Only so many decks he could be. If he's burn, like, my matchup is tremendous, but, like, this game I'm going to lose. I don't have any counter magic. So unless he's on burn and his hand has 3 Thermo Alchemists in it, then I'm probably in a lot of trouble. He could be on Boros. No, he cannot be on Boros Bully anymore. He could be on Red Deck Winds, which this draw does line up very well against. But it's starting to look like burn. My draw does not line up well against burn at all. But, I mean, the matchup itself is fine. I have Hydroblast and Dispels in my sideboard. Certainly have a tremendous record against burn. That's one of the cards I need to be seeing. I like this. That's good for me. Let's get rid of that. I actually have the counter magic for Thermal Alchemist in the form of the red counter spells. That's awkward. What's truly awkward is I don't even get to break this Terramorphic Expanse, as Brainstorm is too valuable, right? I need to just hang on as Terramorphic Expanse because Brainstorm has so much value in this spot. Because I have, let's face it, my entire hand is dead against my opponent. Need to find something here. Preordain's something. It's not nothing, right? It's not nothing. Okay. I'm going to take this Wizardry and just hope to race. So I am going to wind up breaking this Terramorphic Expanse for Snow-Covered Mountain because I'm going to try to resolve a Wizardry and race him with the Wizardry. Realistically, I'm losing game 1. But it's fine. I mean, these things happen. I kept a hand that was very, very bad against burn. Unfortunately for me, my opponent is playing burn, so. Also, it's turn 5 and he only drew 2 lands. Usually, when burn only draws 2 lands, they're a pretty big favorite to kill you. And by the way, I'm just dead this turn. I'll be shocked if I'm still alive at the end of this next turn. Very tempted to copy this, just for spite. Very tempted to copy this for spite, because he can't copy it back. But realistically, he's just going to bolt, Fire Blast, skewer, Fire Blast. Just Fire Blast me already. Alright, need to deal 19 damage here. No big deal. I just need to deal 19 damage. That ain't 19 damage. So I lose, but, you know. I tried. Finish me. Finish me. Do it. End me. Man, he had the fire blast that whole time. He could have just killed me at any point. Guys over here playing with his food. All right, so exclude, very, very poor. Dispel is much better. Are going to bring in 3 copies of Blue Elemental Blast, taking out an Abrade, and also 2 copies of Scred. Scred's pretty poor against the opponent here, especially if he boards out Thermal Alchemists, or if he just doesn't play Get to Lava Run. If he doesn't play Get to Lava Runner at all, then it's like really poor. This hand's not great. This hand's not great. This hand's actually kind of problematic. I'm going to keep it. It's not great. I don't have any counter magic, and I don't have any removal if he does have Thermal Alchemist, but I do have 2 copies of Goblin Wizardry, so I can go ahead and chain those together in an attempt to deal a lot of damage very quickly. Realistically, could win this game on turn 6, which is too slow, obviously, in a nutshell, but within the context of maybe picking up a Blue Elemental Blast or a Dispel or a Counterspell for this Augur, then turn 6 might be good enough, you know? So, gonna hope for the best. Blue Elemental Blast, very welcome. Protects me from Thermal Alchemist, changes the math. So next turn, I'm just going to play Terramorphic Expanse and Accumulated Knowledge if... Okay, I mean, I don't know if I care about Curse. Like, I'm not that type of blue deck. Some blue decks cannot beat Curse of the Pierce Heart, but, like, I can do a lot of damage really quickly. Like, really quickly. Man, this guy's Mismatched Mountains are tilting me out. I'm going to counter that Searing Blaze. Don't want to take 3 damage here. I mean, I'm going to take 3 damage whether I like it or not with that, but... Alright. AK is an interesting draw. Depending on what he does, I might Blue Elemental Blast deck. Realistically, I'm just going to play Wizardry. Yeah, definitely playing Wizardry now. Gonna hope he doesn't have 1 or more Fire Blasts to work with here. We're just going to try to race. Scred's very miserable draw. I'm just going to hang on to this Blue Elemental Blast to protect myself. If he doesn't play anything, I will end step, hit a Curse. Because at this stage, he's kind of dead in a couple turns. Hoping to draw counter magic off of this accumulated knowledge. Really hoping to draw counter magic off of this. Ugh, that's not counter magic. Like, this Skred so bad. If this Skred were a Bolt, I would be better off. Speaking of Bolts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So Bolt is lethal. Can't play that counter spell, but I mean, I like looking at that art, so I'm going to put it in my hand. Got him. This hand's not that great, but it does have a counterspell in it, and it does have 2 copies of Frantic Inventory, so I am going to wind up keeping. It's going to have both my colors as well, which is relevant. Oh, he did leave in his Lava Runners. Okay, so I mean, I'm glad I have access to Skred after all. That's a tremendous Blue Elemental Blast. Just plucked right off the top of the deck, that Blue Elemental Blast. It's probably going to kill his Get 2 Lava Runner here most of the time. Cancel. That's the wrong mode. Destroy red permanents. That's the right mode. Liking my chances. Counterspelling like most things, but if he doesn't present me with the good counterspell, just gonna Frantic Inventory. Wow, okay. Kind of weird. I mean, apparently I did want all copies of Skred still. I'm really surprised that he has these in his deck still. I mean, I've shown that I play Skred, that I play Lightning Bolt, and that I play Augur of Bolas. You would think that Get 2 Lava Runner would not be in his deck right now. Everything that he's going to do this turn is going to resolve. I'm just going to go ahead and Frantic Inventory, drawing 2 cards, and then presumably going to cycle Ash Barrens after that. Although, if I do draw a Brainstorm, I would play that Brainstorm in lieu of cycling Ash Barrens, so that I could cycle Ash Barrens after that. All right, he's going to sort of do all of his stuff here, as am I. Wow, that was... What's the opposite of strong? Because that's what that Frantic Inventory was. That Frantic Inventory was like, I lose the match. Pretty sure. If I draw a land off the top, I'm definitely dead. Ponder is decent. going to be counterspelling most everything here, but we'll play Wizardry if he just doesn't have anything going on. He could have been baiting with that bolt, but, I mean, there's not too much I can do about it. I can't not play this Preordain because we knew we had Snow-Covered Island on top. And this Wizardry is actually kind of close. I think I'm a little low on life to try to just win with 2 copies of Goblin Wizardry. So I'm going to bottom that and hope for... I mean, Bolt's fine. Bolt protects me from Lava Runners, Bolt protects me from Thermal Alchemist, and Bolt does change the math with Goblin Wizardry. I might just be dead. I don't have any counter spells, so he's got 3 cards in hand and 3 mana. Might just be dead. Might just be dead when I tap low for this Wizardry. He might just be like, bang, bang. Might just be dead because I can't draw anything other than lands, so I lose. Looks like I lose pretty hard. Not going to play my land. I'm going to try to represent that I have counter magic in hand by not playing a land this turn. Just straight up bluffing as hard as I can that I've got interaction in hand when I don't have any interaction in hand. If it somehow deters him from going for my throat here, that would be fantastic. I mean, it's really not going to, but, like, you gotta hope. Oh, man, dude. Look at this. He didn't even tap his fucking mana. Apologies for cursing on stream when this is not restricted by age. But, like, he didn't even float mana for that. I've got 3 cards in hand and all. Oh, 0 respect. No respect. No respect. Cat noises. Oh well. On to the next one. It's kind of a shame because Burn is one of the better matchups for that deck. But I didn't really like my chances when I hit that frantic inventory and then I drew lands off all my draws. Kind of tough to win at that point. I mean, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I could draw better. I could draw better. That would be a strong play. All right, next round. This hand's pretty good. I get a turn 1 Preordain, and then I get a turn 2 Brainstorm with Cycling and Ash Barrens. I mean, that's legit. I haven't really looked at Zendikar Rising as a whole at this point in time. Okay, so opponents on Mono White Heroic. It's actually not that great of a matchup for me. Not that great of a matchup for me. This might be a short league. It might be 0-3 here real fast. I think that the not reprints, but Epicure of Blood now costs 3 mana instead of 5 mana for the newest version of it. I do think that is pretty good for the format for anyone who is looking for that effect, as well as for those players who are interested in exploring possible combo decks with Weather the Storm. So I think that's a net positive for the format. I'm going to be brainstorming and cycling Ash Barrens here. Opponent clearly has an Emergent Scathed or something of that effect. So I not only need to find removal, I need to find a counterspell, which is why the Brainstorm is far more attractive as opposed to the other options. I'm going to shuffle away this Augur because it's just going to get owned. It's just not very good in this matchup in general. Okay, so that's half of what I need. So let's try to find the other half of what I need. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm going to wind up casting the first copy of Accumulated Knowledge over the Preordain here. Just that way I can get it in the yard. I mean, that's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. Doing this now as opposed to end step to try to encourage the opponent to tap out more, right? Which isn't going to work, but, you know, it is what it is. Hey, I'm going to Preordain here and now and attempt to find exactly Counterspell. Okay, so that's pretty perfect. I'm going to try to get him with Skred in his upkeep with Counterspell backup. Hopefully his 2 cards in hand are not both Emergent Scathed, or like Mutagenic Growth and Emergent Scathed. Cat noises. So I'm just dead, right? Because Emergent Scathe is going to bounce back. So even though I have wizardry to like block, it don't matter. I'm not just dead. I can brainstorm. I can try to bolt this thing twice. But then he has Umbra, right? Or yeah, Totem Armor. Yeah, this matchup's rough. I'm not gonna lie, this matchup's really rough. I don't know why this deck's popular again, honestly. Alright, I'm going to try to see 3 cards here. Hopefully I can find a card I don't play, like an Echoing Truth. Because I used to have Echoing Truth in my main deck, and I don't anymore. And I'm getting thoroughly punished for it. So it looks like this might be a short league with Wizardry. And I'll tell you what, if I lose this game, which I'm going to a large percentage of the time, we'll do a 3rd league with something different. These are the cards that interest me here. A Braid does not interest me. It doesn't line up well. His dudes are going to get too big too quickly. So Curfew is much better. Exclude isn't great just because all his creatures cost like 1 mana or 2 mana and Exclude costs 3. So we're going to go ahead and change that for that. And like Auraflux doesn't exactly work against Mono White Heroic as well as it would against Bogles, which is kind of punishing for the guy that has 1 Auraflux and 1 Curfew in his sideboard as opposed to 2 Curfew. If I had 2 Curfew, I'd be in a lot better spot right now. So here we go. Here's hoping. I'm going to wind up keeping this. I mean, Snow-Covered Island plus cantrips. Traditionally, that's a keep for a blue deck. This is turn 1, so Ponder is better than Preordain. I don't believe that statement to be true at all for this format after turn 1. But on turn 1, Ponder certainly better. Also better when you have just 1 land and you're trying to find a second land, then Ponder is better than Preordain. But we're going to shuffle and draw one of the worst cards we can. I mean, at this point, I'm just hoping for a quick death. Like, put me out of my misery. Please just have the goods, and then we can drop this league and play a different league. Trailblazer lines up incredibly well against the guy who has Lightning Bolt as his only removal spell. I think he's probably going to outpace this Scred and outpace this Sandstorm. But I will keep the Scred and just hope. Just hope that it'll work at some point. Oh! Dropping stuff. Okay. Ooh, turn off auto yields. I do want to break this Terramorphic Expanse. Do want to get a red source still. If the opponent only has 1 land, I actually have a chance here. I do have Curfew still on the deck, so I'm going to play 2. Curfew as my out. Here it's actually kind of close, I think, between Frantic Inventory and Augur of Bolas. Augur is going to let me try to find Curfew, whereas Frantic Inventory might let me try to find a land. But Curfew is what's most important here, so I'm just going to accept that I'm not making a land drop on turn 3 and try to find a Curfew. And then, you know, some small percentage of the time, Augur is going to be able to block this. Not a large percentage of the time, but some small percentage of the time. Sure. I don't mind that at all. It does not change my game plan. Protection from blue is very ambitious, but I guess he is worried about bounce effects, which in theory is correct. He doesn't know my 75 has 0 bounce effects other than Curfew, which does not target, so I guess it's less ambitious than I'm making it out to be, right? Considering it already has 7 toughness. Man, what's with the land? Okay, cool. Yeah, land. And I think I'm actually going to go get a Snow-Covered Mountain with this Terramorphic Expanse to try to set up the... Well, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Not going for the double Scred maneuver anymore. That is a 7-11. That is even bigger boy now. So I need to find a Curfew on this turn. That's the only thing that is going to work at all. So I'm going to Ash Barrens to thin my deck. And then I'm going to Frantic Inventory to draw 2 cards. And if one of them is not Curfew, then we are on to the next league. Good game, sir. Gonna drop this league. So much for that meme deck. I mean, I still do like Goblin Wizardry as a deck. It's a lot of fun to play, and it does have some really good matchups. I got kind of unlucky against Burn, and then Mono White Heroic is just pretty bad matchup, especially when I don't have Echoing Truth in my 75, and when I don't have so I'm gonna go back to what was working before on stream. So I have never streamed on Twitch. I've only streamed twice, and they've both been on YouTube. And the philosophy behind that is simply that I have over 300 subscribers on YouTube. So they're going to go ahead and get the notification that I am streaming if they're signed up for notifications. And more importantly, it's going to show up in their subscriptions so that anyone who wants to check out the stream later is able to check out the stream, on their own time, at their own pace. Whereas if you miss it on Twitch, you just kind of miss it, because like VODs you have to go looking for. You may not even know that there was a stream or that there was a VOD for you to check out. Whereas if you are subscribed to the channel, it's going to appear under your subscriptions the next time that you go onto YouTube. It may also appear in your recommended videos. So it just seems better for the people who are interested in watching me play Pauper for me to do that on YouTube. So those are my thoughts there. So gonna try one more league here. I don't think I'm gonna do a ton of streaming. Maybe once a week. So that's another reason why Twitch isn't really that interesting of an option. Twitch really rewards people who are putting the grind in, that are going to be streaming every day. That's the only way you make partner, right? Is if you stream every day. Whereas with YouTube, I can literally just hook up my PayPal and let people super chat if I really want to make money off this, which isn't my goal. It's not my intent to do so. But there's pros and cons. One of the things I'm missing out on by choosing to stream on YouTube instead of Twitch is that I can't get rated, right? The other Pauper streamers, when they end their stream, can't send their people my way. And that's, a net negative for me by choosing not to do so on Twitch. I also miss out on people being able to have, what are those things called? Like the Kappa, you know what I'm talking about? What are those things called? I'm blanking on it right now. But I don't have those things for people to interact with in chat. They can't drop poggers or Kappa or any of that stuff on YouTube. So, I mean, it's half of one, 6 dozen of the other, but I do think there are more benefits to streaming on YouTube than streaming on Twitch, at least for me at this time. It's probably not true if I were playing a different game as well. If I were playing a game that wasn't so niche, if I were playing a game like Fallout or Mountain Blade or MechWarrior 5 or something, then I'd be better off streaming on Twitch, because people would be searching for those games to watch and could discover me. But here we go. Slivers League. We won a league with Slivers on stream on Thursday. Gonna try to run it back here today. This is Mulligan. This is a keep. And this is actually closer than it looks like between pitching the Sidewinder Sliver and pitching one of these Sinew Slivers. Although I am going to pitch the Sidewinder Sliver. It's tough to get rid of a Sliver Lord, but you do also want to curve out, and it would be nice to have a 1-drop. So should I draw land on turn 3, I would be able to play 2 threats. But, I mean, 4 Lords in hand, it's tough to argue with not keeping all 4 Lords. So just going to hang on to all 4 Lords. Opponent also mulliganed to 6, which is nice. You know, I appreciate that. Fair is fair. I have 6. He has 6. We've got a fair game shaping up here. He's on Snow-Covered Island. Could be a wide variety of decks. Some of which I am favored against, some of which I am definitely not favored against. So let's just figure out what his second color is. Because once he casts Brainstorm, he's a 2-colored deck, right? He's not mono-blue. Mono-blue would not play Brainstorm. He's either blue-red Fae, blue-black Fae, blue-black XD. Those are the primary candidates for my opponent to be playing. This deck has a amazing matchup versus the blue-black decks and a very poor one against the blue-red decks. So I am in a ton of trouble right now. It's actually one of the absolute worst matchups. The punishment continues. I mean, it would be great, honestly, if I have 3 losing streams today, or sorry, 3 losing leagues on stream today. I'm just going to laugh because I am 100% sober. So for me to have gone 9-1 the other day while finishing a 6-pack and getting so sloppy that I thought I could wrap, but like I can't win a league or have a profitable league while sober. The irony, right? The irony is thick. Thick and tasty. Usually you just want to add to the board when you can add to the board with slivers. But against decks with counterspells, you kind of also have to just slam lead the Stampedes when they're tapped out. He's probably going to have a bolt for my Lord here. He does not have a bolt for my Lord. That's truly, truly appreciated. Very happy he does not have a bolt for my Lord. We'll be able to start deploying 2 threats a turn now that I have some 1-drops to work with as well. Obviously, Spellstutter Sprite is going to own my soul pretty hard. But maybe, if I'm lucky, he'll go for a Ninja of the Deep Hours right here and then replay his Fae. That'd be great for me. Okay, so I'm going to lead here at Gemhide. If he counters it, he counters it. If he doesn't counter it, I can start actually just deploying my entire hand. This is going to get sprited or counterspelled. I'm fine with that. Like, this isn't the worst for me right now. He's only got 3 cards in hand. He hasn't used red removal on any of these dudes. Well, here, okay, I was going to say here it comes. So, yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand after he drops, but one of them's a land. There's a lot of cards in his deck that I don't care about. Like Ninja. If he plays Ninja, Ninja doesn't matter. It's going to get in exactly once this entire game. And he's going to have to tap low for it. So I get to resolve at least 1 Lord this next turn. Maybe more if he taps out. So usually when you play against Blue-Red Fae, you're in fear of the Ninja. You don't want them to have Ninja, but if you are playing slivers, you definitely want them to have Ninja. Because this is not about card advantage at all. This game has nothing to do with card advantage. It has everything to do with getting as many of these dudes out as I can. So would have preferred an untapped land there, but Grill Turf isn't the worst. And I really feel pretty strong right now about my chances. I've got a bunch of 4-4s. I got a bunch of 3-3s. Also do have some tremendous top decks that I could find here. Winding Way, Lead the Stampede, Sliver Lords, another Virulent Sliver, although that is rather unlikely, as I've already seen 2 Virulent Slivers. As, you know, I've already seen a lot of Lords as well, so that is also unlikely. I've already seen a Lead the Stampede, so that's less than likely as well, especially because I only played 3 of them. But there are some very good top decks for me here, and I already have, like, of the cards that would be best off the top, I already have 2 of them in my hand, so I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty good. He's going to have a counterspell effect here really frequently, but unless he brainstormed away his Fairy Seer, that's one of his last cards in hand is a Fairy Seer. Yep. And then he's just going to have Spellstutter Sprite here. So he's going to be able to Spellstutter Sprite one of these Lords, but not both of them. And I'm going to be able to just, you know, smash with a lot. And then he's just dead in 2 turns. I mean, the matchup isn't that great still because he's going to have Swirling Sandstorm after game 1, and realistically, I'm going to get absolutely destroyed by Swirling Sandstorm. So it's nice to be up the first game, which I do assume I'm up the first game. Wow, if that all resolves, that's pretty good for me. Hiya! Have at thee. Does look like we have some new viewers to the live stream. Welcome. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are currently on our 3rd league, and I resorted to playing Slivers as the first 2 leagues didn't go very well. I think I just want Strands because I'm so very scared of Swirling Sandstorm. But I don't know if I want 3 Strands because Strands isn't really that great otherwise. Like, it flashing back is nice, right? Especially if I'm able to resolve a Winding Way and I get a Strands in the graveyard, it's just like free real estate at that point. But otherwise, tapping 3 for Prismatic Strands in an attempt to counter a 1-mana Skred against an opponent who has counterspells in their main deck, it's not really where I want to be, so I don't think I want that 3rd Strands. If I did, I would want it over the Lead Stampede. Like, that's the... Like, one of this configuration is optimal, right? I don't know which of these configurations is optimal, whether it's a 3rd Lead the Stampede or it's a 3rd Prismatic Strands. One of those is optimal. I don't know which one is optimal. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna just stay with Lead the Stampedes. Slivers mulligans a lot, so having Winding Way and Lead the Stampedes are pretty important. This hand's not great. It is on the fine side, just because I have both colors. And that's generally what's most important. If you do play Slivers and you are considering your mulligan decisions, the most important part of the mulligan decision process is Do I have both my colors? In this case, I do have both my... Whoa, opponent went to 4. Ooh. Oh, man, that's rough. That's rough. That feels bad for the opponent. This is one of his best matchups. And then he goes to 4 after I sneak out the first game. So I feel bad for the opponent. It's not how we want to win. I mean, I have mulliganed to 4 at least twice today, but neither of those were against this opponent. So here's a somewhat important thing to point out here. When you are playing slivers and you have the option to play 2 creatures or Lord, just always play the 2 creatures. You want to get as many slivers out in play as you can at all times. Yeah, I mean, it's truly unfortunate for my opponent. You just want to play out as many slivers as you can each and every turn, so we are going to run out this Gem Hide, and I am going to run out a Lord at this point to help protect my team from getting Electricaried. This way he would have to have another Bolt and an Electricary to get my team. When he kills the Plated Sliver instead of the Virulent Sliver, it speaks volumes to whether or not he sideboarded into Electricaries or not. In this case, I do believe that he has. That's strange that he did not attack there. He must think that he's going to be able to bolt and then block. It's not going to line up that way. We'll be naming red just for Bladeback Slivers should I draw them. I'm going to start things off with a Sidewinder Sliver, which is a must answer for the opponent. He did not answer it. And then I'm actually going to send without playing my Lords, because I'm going to see if he's going to try to bolt and then block, as he was telegraphing before, if he has some sort of bounce effect or whatnot. Basically, I'm just playing around Spellstutter Sprite to the best of my ability right here. Okay, there's that bolt. We saw that coming. So only got 1 card left in hand. It's likely a Spellstutter Sprite because he hasn't... It could be Electricary. But I mean, now I'm definitely going to play out my Lord. If he has Spellstutter Sprite or Counterspell, that's fine. It lets him... He would need that plus an Electricary to get back in this game. This seems to be a Ninja of the Deep Hours, which I'm fine with, because I'm attacking for a guaranteed 8. Really, it's going to be more than that, though. It's true, they could also be trying to fill up the graveyard for Swirling Sandstorm. Looks to be off to a good start. I missed the opportunity to respond to that. Good luck, have fun. Whack. All right, off to a good start. Got the win. That's the first of the 3 leagues where we've started in the winner's bracket. I live in a duplex, so I've got a gentleman behind me, and he's smoking weed because I can smell it. It's pretty pungent, that smell. He's got that dank because it's coming through the walls. And it's not even 4:20 yet. It's only 4, so he's getting started early. Again, this is exactly what I want to keep in a Sliver's hand, is both colors. Having a 1-drop, always appreciated as well. The Lead the Stampedes will be incredible against some decks and very poor against others. Another snow-covered island. Let's hope this guy is on the blue-black variants, not the blue-red variants. There's an argument here for Gemhide, but I really just like getting Lords into play against decks that have counterspells in them. So I'm going to take this opportunity to get a Lord down. Happy to trade that for a counterspell. Not going to go for the Predatory, right? Not going to go for the Predatory because I'm not happy to trade that for a counterspell. Would rather just get in there for 4. And of course 2 poison, but that shouldn't be all that relevant to this game. Okay, here's a spot where I'm going to try to bait this counterspell with a Blade back. And if he counterspells, then obviously I get to play my Predatory Sliver. But if not, I'm just not going to play anything at all. Got him. You got Snuff out? Nope. Man, another blue-red guy. Ugh. Blue-red is one of the worst matchups. I'm off to a good start this game, but this matchup's rough. Wow, he missed on Augur. That's unfortunate. Okay, so same logic as before. I want these Prismatic Strands. Again, I'm still not sure what's optimal. Lead the Stampede or Prismatic Strands. If I were a bigger fan of Relic of Progenitus than I am, I would not have these Fairy Macabres in my sideboard, and I would actually consider bringing in Relic of Progenitus to counter the threshold requirements of Swirling Sandstorm. But yeah, I mean, with the loss of Mystic Sanctuary, the decision to play blue-red, kind of strange, but it's their life, is what they want to do. And you know what? If you like a deck, play that deck. Who cares how good the deck is? If you like playing it, play that deck. Have fun. It's a game. You want to have fun. Life's short. Have a good time. I'm going to take a short break and run to the bathroom and be back in time for game 2. All right, off we go. I think the reason is downshifting cast down, right? People are eager to play with cast down at this time. Also, blue-black has access to the Monarchy and Gurmag Angler, both pretty powerful effects in this format. Yeah, Sandstorm is horrible for all. Sandstorm is just horrible for all the tribes. Rebels, slivers, elves. I guess it's not. I guess fairies escape this, but like zombies, all the tribes for the most part get kind of ruined by Swirling Sandstorm. This is just another mulligan, but slivers mulligans a lot. So I mean, you just kind of have to take it as it comes. This is actually really interesting here. Because I'm keeping this, right? So I have the strands, right? I have the strands to protect me from Swirling Sandstorm. But I don't think it's good enough. Oh, I just realized I have 2 planes in hand. Wow. Part of my mind just blanked. I thought I had both my colors. Okay, so I'm going to keep the strands then. I was going to keep lead the Stampede over strands, but I don't have a force in this hand. My mind just kind of went blank for a second there when I saw my opening hand. I thought I had both my colors. I don't know why or how. I might be getting a second hand high off of what's coming through the other. Or I might just be seeing the future. What? Legit though, I can smell what my neighbor's smoking. So I don't think secondhand high is actually a thing. I know that people claim they've gotten contact highs or secondhand highs. So if it is possible, then it might be happening because I can smell it. So it's coming through the wall, to say the least. I mean, I can go knock and ask. I can be like, "Hey neighbor, what up? I'm Frusile. Let me join you." Nah, I wouldn't do that. I work for the state government. My days of smoking are past. Now that I work for the government, and now that I just live in Oklahoma instead of Colorado, and also I'm 34. Like I'm too old to be smoking. Way too old to be smoking. I think I'm gonna go with Gemhide. Oh, it's close, man. It's close. I want to get my Lords in play. Ugh. I want to get my Lords in play, but I also want to have the ability to play 2 cards next turn. I'm going to go with Gemhide. It's close, but this way, if my opponent taps out for Augur, I can play 2 Lords. If my opponent does not tap out for Augur, I can bait with either a card I draw off the top or with Winding Way and then resolve a Lord. So that's my logic. Ah, why thank you. I'm trying to look professional today. Really just trying to balance out my streaming range after the shenanigans that I previously had going on. So going to bait with a Winding Way. My opponent's going to counter this spell. Ooh, or he's not. So I guess he's going to wind up countering a Lord here. I kind of want to run out just this other Gemhide. And if he has Electrickery, then he has Electrickery. Like, it's fine. If he has Electrickery, he has Electrickery. But these guys will get bigger, right? They're not threatening now, but having slivers in play is just a bonus. It's just, one, they're all Llanowar elves, and two, they're all going to get bigger. So land off the top is pretty good. I'm going to try to bait the opponent to use a counterspell here on Sidewinder Sliver. That's not going to happen. All right, well, it's time. I got to start playing Lords. He's going to have counterspells, but whatever. Yep. Yep. I really hope he doesn't have two. If he has two Spellstar sprites, I'm going to get owned here. But if he just has another like Frantic whatever, then I get to sneak through the second one of these, and that's pretty appreciated. And then hopefully his game plan is Swirling Sandstorm, and I get to play Gotcha with Prismatic Strands. That's sort of what I have going on for me in terms of a game plan, is that a lot of the times he's going to just build towards a Swirling Sandstorm, and hopefully I'm going to be able to just say Gotcha with this Strands, because he should not expect this Strands. No attacks is pretty suspect, not going to lie. Don't think no attacks is optimal from the opponent. Here's what's up. I'm going to play Plated Sliver. If he counters it, it's the worst of my slivers. But if he doesn't counter it, I'm just sending team, and then I'm going to have Strands with a white creature that's untapped to protect that Strands. I'm not going to commit to this board any more than I have to. This is plenty good in terms of threats. Yeah, yep, Strands. Strands time. Strands time. Strands time. Okay, and I am protected at this point from Swirling Sandstorm as best as I can be. Of course, next turn, I'm just going to go for the throat. I'm just going to play out both Slivery Lords that I still have in my hand and try to bash for lethal. Yeah, but Elves is a very different deck, man, than Slivers. Like, you're a combo deck, and I am a pile of bad cards with a couple good cards that are Sliver Lords. So you got to protect the only good cards in your deck, which are the Sliver Lords. The rest of your deck is kind of comprised of meh creatures. Here comes an Augur. Okay, so he doesn't have counter magic up, so both of these are going to resolve. He does have a Skred, but that's fine. Skred's going to straight up resolve. I cannot leave myself open to getting Sandstormed. Right? All right, let's check. If I Strands that, then I can attack for 416. No, not worth. That resolves. I just got to play around Swirling Sandstorm at this point. Seems to be the only way the opponent could win. And now he has to have Swirling Sandstorm and Counterspell and an untapped blue source. Kind of tough to do. I mean, he could. He could have all that, and if he does, I will lose. But I want to make it as difficult as I can for my opponent to win, and I think I've done that. Again, completely dead to Untapped Island, Swirling Sandstorm, Counterspell backup. Do you have it? Do you have the 3-card combo? Nope. I win. Well, I say that. I guess you could have Sandstorm and Dispel backup, but that seems implausible. I don't know what opponents would bring in Dispel against Slivers. I mean, at this point, I can Strands. I could have just not Strandsed. I have Lethal. I don't really need to be Strandsing here. It's kind of loose. But I mean, it should be whatever. I should just be able to attack for Lethal here regardless. Like, there's just so many dudes. I can't think of a card in the format that I would worry about. Okay, yep, red. At least not with his colors, because obviously, like, Fog into Sandstorm, in theory, could be a thing, but not in those two colors. Somehow, 2-0 against one of my worst matchups. I have no idea how. But it's happening. I mean, we're doing it. On a 7-match win streak with Slivers. Might actually get some chests this league. Have not seen this guy in a long time. This guy usually played blue-black land destruction for like a really long time. So let's see what he's on, because I would be very surprised if he's on blue-black land destruction in 2020. But that's traditionally what my opponent has played in the past when I've played against him. But I haven't seen this guy in over a year. I only remember his name because he was always on blue-black land destruction. Okay, so he's on either Elves or Stompy. Neither one is that exciting for me. I'm a little worried about Savage Swipe. Yeah, I mean, Elves almost never plays Nettle Sentinel, so it's a pretty clear Stompy here. I am slightly concerned about Savage Swipe here, as I mentioned. So I think I'm going to do Play to Deliver Gruul Turf. To better protect my Sliverlord, because it's going to have a 4 toughness on it already by just itself. But if I do draw another Plate Sliver or I draw another Sliverlord, then it's going to be out of Savage Swipe range. He's also incentivized to blast a Savage Swipe on a Plate Sliver instead of a Lord, now that I have 1/3s, and his deck is comprised of 2/2 creatures primarily. I know Sliver says his Wrath is like just being like the most brainless deck ever, but like I hope I am showing there are actual thinking plays to be made here. And look, he has Savage Swipe. My Sliverlord could be dead, but it's not. It's not. My chances of winning increase dramatically because my Sliverlord is not dead. Hopefully he doesn't have 2 copies of Savage Swipe. If he does have 2 copies of Savage Swipe, I would be in trouble. Hunger the Hellpack, pretty annoying. But But it's fine. I have copies of Journey to Nowhere in my main deck. And I also can just chump block this. And I also can just grow my creatures to be bigger than it. With, at least some percentage of the time. It's going to get in once more as a 5/5. And then after that, I'm going to have to start figuring out whether or not I can afford to chump block it. And crack back and attempt to race, whether that's... One of the considerations that would allow for that would be a second copy of Virulent Sliver. But, we'll just see what happens. Hit a pretty good start with Savage Swipe into Hunger of the Hellpack. Could draw my Journey to Nowheres. Or this Winding Way could find me 4 creatures. Okay. Yeah, you got an 8/8. No blocks. Come on, Journey. Okay, that's not Journey Nowhere. Need a lot of help off this Winding Way. Creatures. Okay. Hopefully he's not able to give this thing trample. I'm going to leave back Virulent because I'm going to wind up blocking with Virulent. And then on the subsequent turn, I'm planning on playing Sidewinder Sliver and Muscle Sliver and blocking with the Sidewinder Sliver. So if he has Rancor, I just die to trample, right? Or if he has Savage Swipe, I just die to that. But if he does not, I should be okay here. Korean Ranger is super annoying because it makes this guy untap as an 8/8. Actually really screws up my game plan pretty hard. And it wasn't one of the things that I was worried about, but it apparently should have made the list. Should have been on my list for things I was worried about. I do have 2 copies of Journey to Nowhere. I have a 1 in 23 chance of just binking those, and hopefully he does not have a Vines to counter that. Ironically, the other decks that I played today would have been really good against Stompy, but like Slivers, it ain't the best against Stompy. Before they had Savage Swipe, this was actually a tremendously good matchup for Slivers. But now that they do have Savage Swipe, it's just not true anymore. Yikes. I like that he's just all in on this guy because it allows me to draw Journey and win. I mean, I didn't, but he left himself open to getting owned there. So we're just going to play Muscle and Sidewinder and pass. And yet again, I mean, my only way of winning this game at this juncture is going to be my Journey to Nowheres. What happens if I block with all my creatures? What happens if I block with all my creatures? I lose to Vines of Vastwood. But I mean, I'm probably losing this game anyway, so. Triple block, what you got? What you got? Yeah, Stompy was definitely a buy back in the day before they had the tools that they currently have to work with. You could just do this, where you just slowly build up this giant army of huge fat dudes, and then they stop having profitable attacks. And then eventually you can just attack for like 40 or 50 damage. That used to be how this matchup went. Wow, I've got a chance here. I need to draw like a Lead the Stampede or a Winding Way or another Sliver Lord, and all of a sudden, this isn't nearly as bad for me. Oh, What? All right, Winding Way. Don't let me down. Give me some dudes. I mean, that's kind of disappointing. I'm not going to lie. Not the dudes. These were not the droids I was looking for. Additionally, I did just, or I previously got, oh, that's what happened. That's why I don't have any journeys in my deck. I put one in my graveyard earlier with the Winding Way. Okay. Let's see. I can attack with at least one creature this turn, it looks like. He's got 4 dudes. I've got 5 dudes. So I can attack with exactly one creature. And it's going to be a Lord because the double flanking means my Lords are better on attack than they are in defense. I'm not really interested in blocking with my Lords unless I absolutely have to. Which if he sends team, I'm going to have to block with everything and take my chances that he doesn't completely kill me with the vines. I can't send lethal back yet. That Winding Way was a really good draw. If this Gemhide had been a more relevant sliver, I would be pretty far ahead here. Obviously, the second copy of Sidewinder is pretty good, but I would have preferred this to be a plated sliver or a sliver lord, even a bladeback sliver, because it would have been a 4/4. But as is, able to attack with one creature. He's not able to block, so he's going to go down to 11. And then we'll just see. I mean, this is coming down to top decks. So if my opponent draws lands, he's in trouble. If I draw lands, I'm in trouble. You get an attack with the team? I hope not. I mean, I can't not block. He could have vines to kill me. Yeah, hunger is good, but I mean, it's not that good. I got double flanking. This guy's only good on offense. He's not going to be good on defense. There's what I was worried about. Land. Okay, so if I send team, he wins the game. Awkward. So I think I can profitably send... All right, let's see. He's used 3 Hunger of the Hellpacks, which don't even get me started on that. But I would be dead to vines. If I send 2 guys, I'm dead to vines, right? If I send 2 guys, if I send just 1, he goes to 8, and then I still can't send back lethal. I am going to lose a creature this turn, so I do have to send at least 2 creatures. There's actually an argument here that maybe I should be sending 3 creatures, right? If I send 3 creatures, then I'm also dead to another copy of Elephant Guide and a Rancor. So and this sucks. This actually just sucks. I don't think I have an attack at all. I need him to send his bow. Oh, he's got Ranger. Grr. 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 I wish I hadn't drawn a land there. Would have had a much better time if I had not drawn a land there. So, super awkward spot. Boa, even with 2 flanking triggers, is going to have a 3 power to trade with a lord. Not trade with lord, straight just kill a lord while it regenerates. So, I mean, this game was close, but it looks like I'm losing it. At this point, my best chances are the last copy of Lead the Stampede, or not, sorry, any copy of Lead the Stampede, or the last copy of Journey to Nowhere in my deck. Those should be good enough, I would think, still. I am assuming, of course, that Lead the Stampede and or Winding Way is going to find me creatures which can jump block or make my team big enough to where I can start actually getting in there. So, good luck me. Blaze Sliver is not going to do it. But it does actually... No, because I lost that second flanking. So it's the same situation as before, because he still has 4 to deal there. Man. This is a game of almosts. This was a game of almosts. Ultimately, it's turn 8, and my opponent has only drawn 3 lands, so he's drawn as many lands as he drew Hunger of the Hellpax. Kind of tough to win when that's the case. Gonna give up on this other Sidewinder here, and hope that off the top of the deck I have a Lead the Stampede, or a Journey, for which he does not have the Vines to counter it, which means Journey is not as good of a top deck as Lead the Stampede would be. If I can like hit a Lead the Stampede into like 3/2/5 creatures, then I'm gonna win this game. But if this is a land on top, I lose. Hey, it's a Lead the Stampede. All right. All right. Dealer, I am all in. Oh. Okay. All right. I found the card I needed to win, but then it wasn't what I needed at all. So silly. So silly. Yeah, man, I've used up all my luck this week playing poker. But, I mean, that was awfully profitable. So I am not mad about that. All right. This is how I like to configure it. Post sideboard. Now the match for playback. Don't want to be tapping my mana and not committing to the board, so I don't actually want any copies to Lead the Stampede in my deck. I am down with Winding Way still, because Winding Way lets me draw not just 2 creatures, but also 2 Prismatic Strands, which is sort of my entire game plan for beating this guy. He's a monocolor deck. Prismatic Strands is amazing against monocolor decks. Gonna have to mulligan this hand. Man. I hope I draw a green source, because I am not going to 5. I'm just going to gamble. I'm just going to gamble on this one, because if I can find a forest, obviously turn 2 forest into Gemhide is going to let me get off to an incredibly strong start, but even just a turn 3 forest after I play Sinew Sliver and then Gemhide, you know, that works just as well. Come on, green. All right. Going to need a forest. Or just any green source. I'll take a Gruul Turf. I'm not greedy. In theory, I mean, it's not good in practice because they have Savage Swipe, which might be happening right here in Meow anyway. But like in theory, just having 2 Sliver Lords can be good enough against him, because his deck is comprised of 2/2 creatures. So if I have just 3/3 creatures, that might be good enough. Green. Green. Come on. Yikes. So hopefully this can present a standoff and I can just stall this game for a little while. Obviously this is better in theory than it is in practice, because he has pump spells, he has Savage Swipes. very clearly has a Hunger of the Hell Pack or Vines of Vastwood. I'm going to err on the side of it being Hunger of the Hell Pack and block right here, because Hunger of the Hell Pack just puts 2, right? Just 2? Or no, does it put 3 counters on it? Somebody tell me real fast what Hunger of the Hell Pack actually does, because he can sacrifice this. Does he get 3 counters? Would this be a 4/4? It would, wouldn't it? It's not 2 counters, it's 3 counters. All right, buddy, you got it. I'll just take my 5. Yeah, you know, my opponent played 3 of them last game. You'd think I know what they did. Just going to take my medicine here. Need to draw a forest at this point off the top. Just a tapped green source is probably not going to be good enough. But with a forest, I can play Gemhide and Predatory Sliver and then untap into a Winding Way and hopefully have some Prismatic Strands action off of that Winding Way. If not, just a bunch of different creatures. And that's a big Ledgewalker. Dude, how do you do this? How do you do this? How do you have like multiple hungers every game? That's frustrating. I mean, whatever. I didn't draw. I gambled and I lost. So slightly peeved at the number of Hunger of the Hell Packs that were drawn by my opponent. Mildly frustrating. But ultimately, that lead the Stampede for just a Gemhide Sliver, like that was really the nail in the coffin there. So, all right, 2-1 in this league. The dream for the 5-0 is dead. And that's going to snap off my winning streak with Slivers. Now 7-1 in matches with Slivers on camera. But hey, I mean, I beat one of my worst matchups twice. And I should focus on that, right? That should be one of the things I focus on. I get to choose how I frame my reality. I can focus on the unfortunate things that just happened in that last match, or I can focus on how fortunate I am to have beaten one of my worst matchups twice in this league. And that's probably what I should focus on. So, and that's usually all that you're going to get out of me in terms of frustration or assault, is just incredibly momentary. When someone's draw is above average, I'm just going to express surprise over that, and then I'm going to move on with my life. So, hoping to play against anything other than Burn or the mirror match, because the Slivers mirror match is beyond silly. Welcome to the stream. It looks like we are picking up some new viewers. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. We are about to be playing round 4 of our 3rd league for the day. This is the first league. We're in the winner's bracket. And currently jamming Naya Slivers. I find it pretty amusing that without fail, every time that I welcome people to the stream and I mention I'm playing Slivers, some of them just bail right away. And I don't really blame them. I mean, it's not the most interesting deck to watch, but it is pretty funny, for me at least. This will be the last league, regardless of how I finish. Although I might crack some chests on stream if I go 4-1. Might crack some chests. Going to keep this as both my colors. It's not the best start, right? I don't have a 1-drop. But that smells like Tron, except for he named green. So maybe that isn't Tron. Smells like Tron. Smells like Tron. Not my best matchup if it is Tron, but actually not my worst. Probably my second or third worst. But he could be a wide variety of decks with Thriving Isle. I've seen a lot of brews with Thriving Isle. So let's just hope our opponent is on some sort of mid-range brew. Yeah, you're right. He could be on the Birdman deck. He could be on Tron. Ay. All right, so I'm going to play Gemhide this turn. That way I can play 2 Lords next turn. Also, if opponent has Prohibit, I would rather him Prohibit a Gemhide than him Prohibit a Sliver Lord. But looking like we're about to be 2-2 in this league. Yeah, after I finish this league, I'm definitely going to need to go get some food. I had breakfast, but not lunch, and it is almost 5 p.m., so definitely lunchtime, if not dinner time. What do you call it when you mix dinner and lunch? Because I know when you mix breakfast and lunch, it's called brunch. But what do you call it when you mix lunch and dinner? Dunch? Lunar? Luncher? I like luncher. Luncher sounds fun. Opponent's nowhere near having Tron, which is nice. Gives me some hope of winning this game. As should Muscle Slower resolve next turn, and he also not have Stonehorn, then I'm able to just bash for a fair bit of damage. Force him to have a fog here, otherwise he's going to take 12 damage and be dead next turn. Basically just going to start, we're done developing our board. Now's the time to apply pressure. Hopefully I'll be able to get him low enough to where Bladeback becomes an actual threat, an actual consideration. Looks like End Step Mystical Teachings. Wonder what he's going to go get. Yeah, right. No, not only am I going to lose people that don't want to watch me play Slivers, I'm going to lose people that don't want to watch me play against Tron. I don't blame them either way. I really don't blame them either way. My opponent does not have Tron so far this game, so I mean, again, there's a chance. He needs to fog every turn for the rest of the game. And if I find a Bladeback here, that would have been tremendous if I found a Bladeback there. Are bounce lands worth it? So here's my little take on bounce lands. I only play one. All right, I only play one bounce land. But the reason I like the bounce land in this deck is because the deck mulligans a lot. And in addition to having Winding Way and Lead the Stampede to, help reduce the severity of mulligans hurting you, I mean, main deck Weather is kind of cute, but it's the exact same as him having Moment's Peace here. It's the exact same thing. It's actually slightly worse for him because I have Virulent Sliver. So yeah, I mean, just having a bounce land in your opening hand, if you went to 6, it's kind of like you've already made up for that mulligan, you know? Or if you go to 5 and you have to keep 2 lands, but one of them's a bounce land, you're not as bad off as you would be if you had like a thriving land in a normal land. So at the end of the day, this deck mulligans a lot. And you just look for small edges to help reduce that variance. Pretty sure that I am going to lose this game just because I needed to have found this Winding Way needed to find a Bladeback Sliver, because all the fogs in the world don't beat a Bladeback Sliver in game 1. In game 2, they can just Mystical Teachings for a Blue Elemental Blast, which kind of ruins the entire plan for, you know, what I'd be going for there. I mean, Ephemerating this Drifter is annoying. Doesn't have it. Interesting. Still does not have Tron somehow. It's turn 7. He's drawing a bunch of cards. Still does not have Tron. Kind of strange. But he has to flash back his Moments Piece here. That's good news for me. I mean, if he has Tron, he can just flash back Mystical Teachings. He probably runs a second copy of Moments Piece. Okay, yeah. So much for that advantage that I perceived. I do not have Flaring Pain in the sideboard. It is far too narrow. Again, he has Stonehorn Dignitary to lock me out of this game as well, in addition to just Moments Piece. So it's just a little bit too narrow here. Also not going to try to time my opponent out. Always a viable strategy if you really want to try to win against Tron is try to just time them out, but I mean, I'm not that petty. It's just not what I'm interested in doing. Just open for Bladeback. I mean, that's really my out here. No bueno. No bueno. Casually attacking for 49 damage, none of which is actually going to connect. He grabbed Moments Piece with Teachings. So, I mean, I'm dead to a Flicker. He has me locked if he has a Flicker. Which, spoilers, he's going to have Flicker a lot of the time. I mean, I have either 3 or 4 copies of Faerie Macabre in my sideboard, and hopefully that is going to be enough to get him. As really good Tron players can play around Faerie Macabre, but average Tron players struggle against Faerie Macabre. So, well, I mean, we'll just see what happens. And if I wind up losing, then I'm 2-2. And I'll be honest, Slivers is most frequently a 3-2 finisher. So it's really not super shocking if I wind up going 3-2 with this deck. Like, it's pretty standard. Okay, so he burned through his Moment's Pieces. He's burned through both of them. At this point, he has to have the Stonehorn Lock, because he should not have any more copies of Moment's Peace. I might be speaking too soon. Okay, all right. He has a third copy of Moment's Peace. It's kind of surprising. Most decks don't play 3 Moment's Pieces in their main deck, so. Made an assumption. And you know what they say about assumptions. I'm getting Rolling Thundered out of this game. That's cool, man. Yeah, at least he finished me quickly. I actually appreciate the fact he finished me quickly. So he's bringing these Fairy Macabres, bringing this other playback. Slayer Journey to Nowhere is absolute trash against him. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to take out these Lead the Stampedes as well. Not really where I want to be against him. I want to just put creatures into play as quickly as possible. Don't really want to be trying to draw cards or anything like that. So, going to be on the play for game 2, so that should be favorable. Okay, this hand's great. It has early pressure, and that's what's important. And then, am I wrong, or am I putting more pressure on him by turn 2 Gemhide, tap this for Sidewinder, and then start playing Lords? Like, I feel like I'm going to have a faster start. Or, sorry, a slower start, but it's going to be more damage more quickly this way. Because I'm attacking for 6 next turn. Not ideal, but did have 2 Sliver Lords. Still going to get you for 4. And then I get attack for 8 a turn. So, not the worst start. Hopefully this Winding Way can find a Fairy Macabre. Usually I check to see if my opponent's chatting at me when they take long pauses for seemingly no reason. Oftentimes your opponent is talking to you, so always worth checking. But yeah, getting really hungry here, not gonna lie. I need some of that drunch. Sir. Sir? Sir? Opponent having connectivity issues, it appears. Or he's chatting me up, which he wasn't last time I checked. So, nope, still not chatting me up. So, my opponent is either playing multiple matches of Magic the Gathering, watching something very good on YouTube and is distracted, or just is having connectivity issues. Okay, so he needs to fog every single turn for the rest of the game, which is the most pressure that I can possibly put on him, is put him into a position where he needs to fog every single turn for the rest of the game. So successfully have done that, and we'll see if it pays off. Colossi, welcome to... Oh, wait, you've already been here. My bad. Thought you were just joining us. Yeah, maybe he's just having like an existential moment of crisis. And that's what he was busy doing. This guy has mismatched impulses and mismatched Tron lands, which means he's probably renting the deck. Maybe he's just trying it before he buys it. Maybe if he's saying it's for him or not. Yeah. Counter that spell, please. Please counter that spell. Opponent has to have a fog here, so may as well play out another creature because it don't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. As sad as that is, almost none of the decisions I make at this point matters. Oh, yeah. Well, hello to Issa as well. You guys are an adorable couple. Happy she is watching as well. Opponent having another moment of existential crisis. So guys, after I finish this league, there is more content coming your way as I am going to finish my voice work for the Showcase Champion interview. Finally get that thing published after it being in production for like 4.5 months. Finally going to have that episode finished and hopefully out sometime in the next week. After that, coming up on the podcast, really just unless something really spicy happens in the challenge top 8 tomorrow or today when those lists get published. What, I won? What, dude? I won that game? That's cool. Feeling good, feeling mighty fine about that one. I am now on the draw, so that's not great. All right, before I interrupted myself with that pleasant surprise of not being fogged and actually just being able to attack for lethal, I was mentioning that coming up in terms of content is going to be that episode of the podcast. And then after that, the next thing I'm planning on doing with the podcast is just interviewing the PTQ winner. Unless, of course, something unique or interesting happens in... this stand's almost a mulligan. This hand's really close because I don't have early pressure, right? I have a turn 2 Lord, turn 3 Lord, and that's really not where I want to be. Lead the Stampede, I've already mentioned, is not where I want to be either. Lead the Stampede's really, really poor. I do have both my colors. That is important. But turn 2 Lord, turn 3 Lord is just not fast enough against Tron. I'm gonna mulligan. I'm gonna get so punished. So punished. So punished. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I'm fine with this. This is fine. Keep. Let's get rid of the cards I can't play. Not the worst draw I've ever seen in my life. And hopefully this is just enough of a start that I can get him. Wouldn't mind a Sidewinder off the top to play two threats this turn. Not going to get it. Slightly worried about Prohibit, but, I mean, what am I going to do? You know? Hoping to play Gotcha with this Macabre. Land would be great. I could play both my threats. Land is still a good draw. If it's his forest, that way I can play both my threats. But he's dead in 2 turns. There's not a single card I can top deck to present lethal this turn. Not even another Lord. And so this is actually closer than it looks between playing this Plated Sliver and not. Because of Horror. If he has Dimrova Horror, he can bounce back one of my Lords to my hand, and then I'm kind of in a tough spot. Because I'd have to discard my Fairy Macabre, and I'm going to need that before this is all said and done. So I'm actually not going to play my Plated Sliver. As weird as that might seem, I'm not going to play my Plated Sliver. Because if he has Dimrova Horror here, I can just discard my Plated Sliver. Yep. Gives me a nice second target for Fairy Macabre. Yep. And really just hoping for a surprise Gotcha here. I mean, that's really all I've got going on. I'm all to 5. But like my 5 was more threatening than my 7. So pretty favorable, that decision to go to 5. I'm going to play out an irrelevant Sliver Lord as I'm very clearly getting fogged. But again, opponent does have to fog every single turn for the rest of the game. And I should be able to say got you here with Macabre at some point. Can't quite get that Teachings. But hopefully he makes a mistake here in his selection choice with Mystical Teachings. Teachings for Teachings, pretty strong play. Means I'm not able to profitably use my Fairy Macabre in his end step on his fog, because he can just Teachings for another one. So I mean, that's annoying, but it's close. I'm not going to use Macabre on that. I sort of just need to find a window of opportunity. You know? Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Bladebacks, very interesting. Yep. He doesn't have blue mana right now. So I could take him to 1. Which is the same as not taking him to 1. I probably should have just attacked with 1 creature because he's not going to block with wall, right? So I think I just punted this game away. I got a little too excited there. I should have just attacked with 1 creature. If I attacked with just 1 creature, he would have not blocked with wall. He would have fogged, and then I could have just played out Bladeback and then just played and then got him. Just ping, ping, ping. Get you. Appa, welcome to the stream. We are in the tail end of the stream, but thank you for joining me nonetheless. You just missed me punt a pretty close game against Tron, but it's not over yet. I have the 2 irrelevant cards in my deck right here. Our opponent yet again either having internet connectivity issues or having moments of existential crisis. We know one of his cards in hand is Mystical Teachings. Really wish I had taken just a second longer and attacked with just 1 sliver. He would be dead, literally dead on board. It's funny when you play well, you win. And when you don't play well, when you don't play well, results may vary. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm beating myself up for no reason because I don't have red mana unless I tap a sliver, so I never had 4 damage. Okay, I'm just hungry. I'm just hungry and distracted. But very happy that this resolves and there's not a thing he can do about it. Yeah, you're correct. I'm trying to beat myself up for things that aren't mistakes, which is pretty par for the course for me. I like to beat myself up for things that I shouldn't. But yeah, if I get untap, I mean I win. Unless I draw Gruul Turf. That would be a pretty big beating. He's going to fire off this teaching, so I'm going to try to get him with this Macabre. And the combination between attacking for like 30 million damage and being able to ping for like 4 damage. Hopefully, those 2 different angles of attack. That Suffocating Fumes is greedy, dude. This is a greedy deck choice or card selection choice for you to still have in your 75 in game 3. Very greedy. Just concede the game, man. There's no shame in just conceding the game. Just concede the game. Oh, he's going to make me win. So I still can't. You know what? Yeah, I win. Watch this. He used to Mystical Teachings for Weather the Storm. But then if he Mystical Teaches for Weather the Storm, I can attack for lethal. Otherwise, in my upkeep, I can ping him out. And I can ping him for 2 here. So like okay, so he's gonna go get flicker, which is definitely one of the options he has, and he can flicker back. But like, you don't have colored mana, dude. You don't have colored mana. You don't have colored mana. How are you gonna cast your Moment's Peace? You've played yourself into a corner, sir. Sir. Sir, you just got. You just lost one of your best matchups. You just got. I'm just going to wait ever so patiently for him to realize that he is completely dead on board. Yeah, I think Boros should side in Electrickery against Slivers, but I don't think Affinity should. Boros is, yeah, there it is. Boom! So all of our wins have been against some of our worst matchups, which is pretty tremendous, not going to lie. Yeah, you're right. He could untap his ornament for colored mana, but then he dies in my upkeep to play back. Alternatively, he can go get a Weather the Storm, and then he'll die to Slivers, just getting in there for tremendous amounts of damage. Ah. Another satanically themed name. But not with the picture to match. I mean, how are you going to be Lord of the Flies and not rock the Necropotence avatar? Or at least like the Gristlebrand avatar? Easy mulligan. Frustrating keep. I'm not going to go to 5. I'm not going to go to 5. I'm going to keep this and ditch playback. And then just hope that I can draw either a White Source or a Gemhide. If I draw a Forest, I mean, it's pretty miserable, but I will have Lead the Stampede, and maybe that'll find me a Gemhide. So maybe I should go to 5, but not going to lie, very, very hungry, very, very distracted at this moment in time, playing a little looser than I should be. Oh, man. Foil Mountains always burn. Foil Mountains always burn. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, so yet another really, really bad matchup. I probably need Plains exactly to have a chance this game, and even then I'm probably going to lose more than 80% of the time even with a Plains. So I guess Gemhide would also work. Yeah, we're down here. It's too bad of a matchup for me to try to. I can't win the race when I draw like that. But, I mean, that's what I get for keeping that hand. I could have gone to 5. I do feel pretty good about not going to 5 because my chances of winning on 5 are slim. My chances of winning if I top deck a Plains are pretty good. So it's just sort of a gamble. I'm going to bringing in 3 copies of Prismatic Strands and 2 Lone Missionaries for this matchup. And that's going to be the game plan. There's actually a small argument that I should be bringing in Standard Bearers as well, because they're kind of like gain 3 life. Each one of them basically says gain 3 life on it. So I'm going to cut a gem hide here for a standard bearer. Yeah, I'm going to take out 2 gem hides. I don't have any red cards. I don't have any more red cards, so the standard bearer is going to be just slightly better than gem hide, I feel like. Could probably bring in that 3rd copy of Journey to Nowhere, as Thermal Alchemist is a terrifying card, but not super concerned, especially not when I have a hand this strong. I just get to start with this hand. This looks like, to me, this looks like a game win. I got 2 standard bearers and a prismatic strands. That is a lot of damage that I'm just going to eat up. That's 6 damage right there, and this is more than 6 damage too. Lava Run is mildly annoying against this exact start because I only have a 1/1, but realistically, my creatures are going to get big enough to where it's sort of whatever. Yeah, I have no idea why my opponent still has Lava Runner in their deck. Not drawing very well this game. But I mean, I can't complain. My opening hand was tremendous. So only fair that my first 2 draws are not tremendous. It really just balances it out, keeps things fair, keeps things interesting, you know. If I had drawn like a lone missionary off the top, then this game would not be interesting. It'd be a blowout. But this way it's interesting. So we're going to strands and then untap into standard bearer, which standard bearer plus strands is going to be a minor beating for the opponent. No, sir. No. Sorcery speed, burn. Does not play well against prismatic strands. Alchemist is fairly annoying, honestly. Oh, yeah, go ahead and attack. Yeah, please. Yikes. You know, for a guy who was super confident when he saw his opening hand, that confidence is diminishing with every single draw step. But I mean, whatever. I can just draw like a Sidewinder Sliver, a Lone Missionary, any Sliver Lord, any Winding Way, and feel pretty good about my chances yet again. Why do you have Curse of the Pierce Heart in after? Dude, this guy has no respect. No respect. Bro. How are you going to have not just get 2 Lava Runner against Slivers, but also Curse of the Pierce Heart? Like, wow. Baffling. He's down to just 2 cards, though. Dude, come on. Dude, send them. Go for it. See what happens. I'm just going to take the 2. That's what's going to happen. All that talk for nothing. All right, something. No land. Don't give me a land. Give me something here. Other than a land. No land. I want something. Okay, that's definitely something. Oh, I don't know why I named red, except for out of habit. I just sideboarded out all the cards that are red. Not worth the strands there. I'm going to sit on the strands for just a little while longer. Hopefully we'll top deck something this next turn, as I am running low here. This has been a really rough league, by the way. The 3 worst decks for Slivers are Burn, Blue-Red Fae, and Tron. I've played against Blue-Red Fae twice, Tron once, and Burn once. And like, Stompy isn't good either. Stompy's not like a terrible matchup, but it's not like a favorable matchup. So like all 5 rounds, unfortunate with my pairings. But then again, I mean, it's Slivers. There's not really too many decks that you're slam dunked against. So, I mean, that is going to happen. Come on, Lone Missionary or Sliver Lord or Winding Way. Something. Winding Way is something. Good luck, me. Creature. Did not hit a strand. Okay. I mean, this is not the best, but not the worst situation. I just tapped my mana so bad. Oh my god. That's proof I need to eat. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Don't play Magic while hungry. You will make mistakes. It will not be pretty. Really trying to keep this PG. I have some words. I have some words. For my own incompetence. Man, I can't believe I just did that. Ugh. Very upset with myself right now. Don't play Magic on an empty stomach. You will make mistakes. But it doesn't matter if you just draw pure. If you just top deck the cards that matter, you're still win. All right, looks like we get to go to a third game here. I wonder if my opponent will learn that Curse of the Persart is not where he wants to be. That's going to deal 1 damage to me. Wee. All right, so I probably do want this other journey because Thermal Alchemist is terrifying. Like straight up, Thermal Alchemist is just a terrifying card. So, gonna bring in the third journey. And hope for the best. Game 3, round 5, 3-1 in the league. Will we finish 3-2, or will we get the 4-1? Oh man, this hand is mulligan. It's frustrating because this hand's actually pretty nice. Like against like the field of pauper decks, this hand is a snap keep. Against the field of pauper decks, you would go turn 1, Plated Sliver, turn 2, Thriving Road, Sidewinder Sliver, turn 3, you're going to drop a Lord and hopefully have found another 1 drop and just go from there. But against Burn, like, this is not where I want to be. This is just not where I want to be against Burn. I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, this hand is not where I want to be against Burn. I really need one of my sideboard cards if I'm going to win. Straight up. I just need one of my sideboard cards if I'm going to win. So let's try to find one. Okay. I'm going to have to keep... It's pretty annoying, but... It's pretty annoying. I mean, it really is. It's pretty annoying. But I don't want to go to 5 against him. I don't think my chances of winning on 5 are all that good. Right? Like, if my 5-card hand has Lone Missionary in it, that would be one thing. But if my 5-card hand doesn't have both my colors, that'd be another thing. So, it's unfortunate to mulligan and then not actually benefit from the mulligan. But That is what just happened. And hopefully we'll just draw cards that matter off the top. And that card does matter. Journey's a nice one because that protects me from Thermo Alchemist. So hopefully he has a hand that was dependent on a Thermo Alchemist, as I now have an answer to Thermo Alchemist. Otherwise, really hoping to draw Prismatic Strands, even a Winding Way to... What, dude? Okay. Sure. I mean, it's better than the Curse of the Pierce Heart that you had going on before. So... just snapped off that journey because I have two of them. Sure. Gonna need to find Prismatic Strands, Lone Missionary, or maybe even a Standard Bearer here. It's important at this juncture to play the green slivers and not the white slivers, as I want to make sure my white slivers will be alive should I find a Prismatic Strands. I can play my Prismatic Strands and then play my white slivers. Yo, he just blew up my sliver, dude. I like my chances this game a lot more now. Like, straight up. Like, that's a pretty critical error by my opponent. Now it takes 3 cards for him to kill me. It would take just 2 cards for him to kill me otherwise. So I'm very happy that he is trying to give me a chance to win here. Yo, dude. You're punting so hard. I would be at 3. Guys, I would be at 3, and he would be at 20 if he just went for my face. So, like, if he draws a land, he's in a ton of trouble. And not just this turn. If he draws a land any of, like, the next 2 or 3 turns, he's in a ton of trouble. Of course, at this point, I can just draw a Lone Missionary and be fine, or Prismatic Strands, and presumably be completely fine. So... you're dead next turn, dude. You're dead next turn. I should be at 3 life, but I'm not. So, okay, that's the one land that he doesn't get punished on, is the Forgotten Cave. Am I dead? You have 3 cards. He has 3 cards in hand. I'm at 9 life. If he goes burn spell, I'm dead. Otherwise, he threw this match away. Is he taunting me? Is he going to kill me in response to me sending lethal? Is he just taunting me? Like, if this is one of those things where I attack and then he, like, hits me with, like, double Fire Blast Needle Drop, like, it'll be pretty funny, actually. I would laugh if he's just fucking with me. I cussed again. I apologize for that. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how I did it. I have no business winning that match. Like, I don't know why my opponent panicked and started killing my slivers, but, like, that's great. It's great news for me. I have a lot of chests. You guys want to open up some chests? Let me get a 1 in the chat if you guys want to watch me open some chests to end this stream. I mean, maybe it was your presence. If it was your presence, then I need you to be here far more frequently. I appreciate you joining the stream from Russia. But I don't know what you just said in Russian, my dude. One person wants to see me open up some chests. I'll open up at least 1 chest. That's for sure. one chest. That's kind of a cool looking promo. I don't think it's worth anything though. Not the best chest. Not the best chest. I'm going to have to open up another chest because that one was so poopy. Ugh, these are very, very bad chests. Thank you for tuning in, but unfortunately that was the end of the third league today. So right now we're just opening up some chests that I won because I don't care about selling chests. I'd rather gamble on these chests. I'm fortunate enough to be at that position in my life where I can just straight up gamble on opening up chests for fun. Finally an okay chest there. That makes up for the other ones. These chests suck. Got to keep doubling down until we get even on these chests equity-wise. Nope. Still not even yet. Still not even yet. Nope. Still not even yet. We need a good chest now. We're going deep. I've already seen this chest. I swear, I've already seen this chest. Hey, there we go. There we go. That makes up for the bad chests. All right. All right, that's a perfect stopping point there. That gets me about even in terms of chest equity for if I just sold those chests. So, pretty good chest. Yeah, pretty good chest to end on. And that's sort of where I'm going to stop on the gambling. Because I don't know if I'm going to do better than that chest. You know what I mean? So, thanks for joining me for the stream today, guys. I need to go get food, as was evident by some of my plays towards the end there. And then I need to do my voice work for the Pauper Players podcast. That way we can have a new episode for everyone. Probably going to start streaming once a week on the weekends. So, looking forward to you joining me. I'll see you next time. Cheers, everyone.